Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time to go racing at Wiscasset Speedway. I'm your pre-race host, Nick Huff, and it's time to cool the engines with today's Spotlight interview. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is Coastal 200 Day at Wiscasset Speedway, and we got the 39 of Chad Dow. Bear with me a sec. Looking at these speed charts. Second fastest in practice 2, fourth fastest in practice 1. I'm sure practice 1 didn't really mean much. I didn't pay attention to practice 3. I'm sure many people just use it as a scuff. But Chad, you were right up there in the top 5 in all the practice rounds. And also, you are the owner of Nitro Trailers, one of the huge supporters making this race possible. So, Chad, first of all, tell us how the race car is going today.
It's going all right. We've been working on some long run speed, which is something we don't typically do, but we're working on it and making headway.
And are you happy with those speed times in practice, or you think those don't mean much?
Yeah, I've always been the one that's always trying to get to the top of the board in practice, which we do quite often, and it doesn't pan out well. So we're not at the top, and the thing drives pretty good, so we'll see.
All right, so again, you own Nitro Trailers. You started the company about 13, 14 years ago, and you're helping out this program today, making this a $15,000 to win race. Just tell us a little bit about Nitro Trailers.
Yeah, we build all kinds of all aluminum trailers, car haulers, and contractor trailers, utility landscape. Sell them through, one of the other big sponsors here, Colebrook Trailers. They're big supporters as well, along with CLH and GT Overhead Door. We came up with this partnership, and couldn't be happier.
And also, over the last couple of years, you've kind of focused a little bit more into the short track scene, coming out with that short track special trailer. Maybe tell us about that for the short track late model racers.
Yeah, it's it's a package we put together for Saturday night guys, trying to make it as affordable as we can, get everything they need, and try to help these guys out with a good quality trailer.
With all those bells and whistles like tire racks and things that a racer might need?
It's got your basic electrical package in it, cabinet package, it's sporty looking, so yeah, a lot of the needs and everything you need and nothing you don't.
All right, Chad Dow, we're certainly appreciative of you supporting the late model program here the last couple of years, and I think you've only gotten maybe 1 or 2 trophies so far with Wiscasset, still seeking that first win, so really looking forward to hoping you have a good day today.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this place is tough. This group of cars is tough, it's really competitive, and these guys bring their A game every week. So you're not going to walk in here and just steal one away from these guys. You got to make sure you're on your game.
All right, thanks, Chad. Good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, Frankie Moulton in the 15 just came out from the draw, and you are the opening day winner from, almost a month ago now, Frankie. But how's that make you feel going into the Coastal?
Pretty confident. I mean, probably the best shot we've had at one. I have the most confidence going into this one than I have already, so I feel pretty good.
What you been doing the last month? Just taking a lot of time off? Or any serious prep for the Coastal?
I worked on the car, packed all the wheel bearings, just maintenance stuff, and then we got here today and clutch didn't work, so I missed all the practices, and we'll see how it goes in the heat race.
Yeah, wow, okay. I didn't know that. Tell us about that. You have to change the clutch?
I had to take transmission stuff out and change the throw bearing because the clutch wasn't working. And I can't have that when we're trying to pit and stuff, so yeah, it took me both practices.
Yeah, no, not at all. So did you come either yesterday or the day before for any practice or anything, or just showed up today and already off to a bad start with the clutch issue?
Yeah, I just showed up today. We got the first practice on all tires, so I mean, this car's been great every time I ran it, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
All right, so I see practice 1, you were like 6th fastest.
I didn't run in here.
No, you didn't make. Yeah. So yeah. All right, Frank Moulton, good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, see you, dude. All right, J.R. Robinson's in the 28. This is your first race this year. You're a little behind the ball, got the car down at the last minute. How, J.R.?
Yeah, we wasn't even sure we were going to come, but why not, right?
Yeah, I know you love this race. Hasn't really treated you really good in the past, right? But you still keep coming back for some reason.
Oh yeah, I think we finished 30 at once. I don't know, a long time ago now, and we was leading one time and broke the right front shock, and last year we came down with Ben driving, and I don't know how good we are right now, but we should be able to survive the day and see what we got at the end.
I know the car was at Jeff Taylor's. Was he thrashing to make sure you got it done on time for this race?
Oh yeah, he had it for over 2 weeks, and I just got it back off him last Tuesday, I think. He went right through it, and so it's its maiden voyage, and we're still trying to work the bugs out of it.
Yeah, also you came here for practice yesterday, and halfway back home to down east, you found out we're going to race today. You thought you'd have a whole day and a half to get the thing prepared for Sunday, and I'm sure if you knew just a couple hours prior to leaving the place, you probably wouldn't have left, right? You probably would have stayed the night and left it right here.
Oh, absolutely. We practiced until like 3 o'clock, I think, yesterday, and then I said, let's take it home, go through it, put it on the scales, not bolt it, check everything over, just having trouble with it traveling and stuff, and we made a 3-hour ride home, and we was like the last 45 minutes of the trip, we found out that we was racing today, so we went home, worked on it as long as we could, but probably not long enough.
All right, a little bit of an inside story. I got to ask, you had that crew member that lost his phone, and have you been able to get a hold of him to let him know that you're racing today, or is he going to show up tomorrow to nothing here?
He finally showed up.
Oh, he's here.
We called enough neighbors, and they went and found him. He showed up all in a panic, all upset. I'm like, it is what it is, man.
All right, yeah, that was a scary one there. Just thinking of him missing out on today. I mean, I don't even know the guy, but you couldn't get a hold of him, and he was likely going to show up Sunday and miss the whole party. But all right, glad that he showed up. You got that beautiful Greg Biffle throwback. Keep it pretty and have fun today.
Yeah, thank you for doing the good work, man.
All right, thanks, JR. Have fun.
Oh, here we go.
All right, so Ben Burgess, we've always talked about how your dad has had great Coastal 200 runs with this piece. Hasn't won it, but this thing just sticks it out to the very end and comes home on the podium a couple times. And so now this is your first attempt at the Coastal 200. What are you thinking? How's your race day going so far?
I'm hoping I can resemble what he does in these long races. I don't know. He's really good at making sure everything's 100% or 150%. No one else does that. So I think that's where he gets it, and we showed up today, and I think we're pretty ready.
So is this a permanent thing where you guys have swapped cars? Is this a season-long thing? Dad's in the street stock that you piloted to 3 feature wins last year, and now you're in his old late model?
I'm going to try to talk him into running the shootout, because that's a fun one. But we'll see how today goes, and I might like this more.
Yeah, but you're in the late model, right?
100%.
Yeah. So what? Dad's not running this on a weekly basis. Just has been so far for the beginning of the year and the shootout.
Yeah, he's just having fun with it. Nothing for points. So whenever we got time or whenever he wants to run it, we're gonna run it. But nothing he's got to work on all week. So that fires him up.
All right. So this is the longest race that you've ever attempted for a 200 lapper. What's going through your mind?
Just stay calm, and it's not really a race till the last 30. So just hang out for 170 and see where we are.
And that's been your dad's strategy to pilot him to a couple podiums in this event?
Right. Don't be an idiot. Long time.
All right, Ben Burgess in the 7B. Good luck today.
Yep, thank you.
See you, dude. Hey, we got Jonathan Emerson. You got second on opening day, right? And you had a bunch of seconds last year, too. What'd you get, 1 win last year or 2?
I got none.
Oh, I thought you did at least get 1.
No, I got none. And we ran a lot of laps. We're close at a lot of times, but we finished second, I don't know, how many times, 6, 7 times. Yeah.
I mean, you're almost always guaranteed to be on the podium. It's kind of been like the you and Tiger Colby and Frank Moulton show. There's been some other people up there, clearly, but like you can always count on at least a couple of you guys being in the podium. But you know, I don't want to stir up drama or anything, but like Tiger Colby had some choice words in Victory Lane last week about you, and now he's not even racing. So tell us about opening day a little bit.
Yeah, just trying to find a way around. Nothing really trying to mess anything up. I mean, the car's got a brand new wrap on it. The nose is still clean, so I did touch him a little bit. Wasn't on purpose. Just trying to find a way around. It is what it is, but I heard he's not coming because of the brake stuff. I don't know. There's different brake rules this year, but I wish they were here. I wish there was more cars here, but it's 21 of us, and hopefully we can put on a good show.
Yeah, it is a bummer. Just a whole combination of things where, like, Shane Clark blew up and he was going to swap the motor if he had this extra day till Sunday, but now with the reschedule, it's not happening. Just a bunch of other things for some late models to not be present in the race this year, which is a bummer. But speaking of keeping the car clean, you do keep this car so clean. I mean, you're such a clean driver. I mean, you got driver of the month at least once last year, and for a reason. And going back to the Tiger Colby thing, like, I didn't see anything wrong. You ended up passing him on the outside, so I know you're a really clean, fair racer. And yeah, I'm rambling here, but just tell us how your day's going so far and what you expect for the 200.
We got a really good car. I think we led all 3 practices. Honestly, I don't have the feel that I really want to feel right now. I think it's going to be magnified at the end of 200 laps, but we made some adjustments, and we'll try the heat race and kind of use that as a practice. Everyone's getting in, so it's not that big of a deal, but hopefully lap 200 rolls around, we're finally get our win with this car.
Yeah, so I don't have the practice 3 in front of me, but I got practice 1 and practice 2 sheets in front of me, and you were at the top of those, so I mean, you're pretty humble. You downplay the handling of your car. You say that there's still something there that you want to see. I mean, what more can you get out of it?
Just needs a little bit more turn. It's a little tighter than it probably should be right now, and I think it's just gonna eat up the right rear tire the longer we go. But I don't know. We'll find out. It was decent last year, and I was lacking drive off, and right now I have drive off. So I don't know. We finished 4th last year, led a couple laps, and hopefully we can lead some more. And I don't know. It's a group effort. We put a lot of work into this car trying to get it to where it was. It wasn't good 2 weeks ago we raced and ended up 2nd, and changed a bunch of stuff, and I got my feel back to what I wanted last year. And just hopefully it holds on, stays the same, has good drive off, not loose, and hopefully the tires do what we want them to do, have a clean pit stop, and we'll be there at the end.
All right, that's Jonathan Emerson in the Yankee Yardworks number 24. Good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, Josh St. Clair's in the 14 again. Josh, is this your pro stock from last week? You dumbed it down for this race?
Yeah, bunch of work, but we got her dumbed down. I don't run the big fancy brakes, so I didn't have to mess with that, but yeah, all the other stuff, all the other bolt-ons.
Big fancy brakes, that's been a hot topic this weekend, huh?
Yeah, it's a little bit. I mean, you gotta decide what you got, really. I mean, I feel like if you got big brakes, and then dumb it down if you want to race it. I don't know. That's just my thought. So it's a late model. It's not a pro stock, and that's what they're trying to do, I think. And I think it's probably the right thing for everybody else. So yeah.
Well, it's a whole family affair for you guys. You guys always get everybody involved for this race. Ryan and Boss Hog haven't raced yet this year, but here they are, and so the 3 of you are going to be out there at the same time. And just, I know that's not your first time doing that, but just tell us what that means to you.
Yeah, I mean, well, last night kind of added to that a little bit, but yeah, us 3 racing together, it's not 3 generations, it's just the first and third, but it's always fun racing with them, especially if we get a chance to actually race and there's not a big difference in speed and we're not, opposite ends of the field or something. But when we get to battle, it's always fun at the dinner table the next time we eat together. So.
When you say last night, what happened last night?
My son, 4th generation, raced his first race in the go-kart, so it was pretty awesome to watch that. Mom was a little out of control. We had to tone her down, but it was a good time. It was a real good time.
How'd he do?
I ended up, I think, P5. I don't think they really keep track of that in that junior box stock, which is a good idea. Everyone gets a trophy, keep morale up for them all, but he's got speed. He just doesn't know how to pass. He's got to work at that a little bit. Got roughed up a little bit, made him a little timid, so he's learning.
All right, so, I mean, a lot of people probably think, like, oh, Josh St. Clair, he's got his pro stock in a late model class. So, I mean, we know what the truth is, but last week you did race it with the pro stocks, and you said that you were fighting an ill-handling car. So, I mean, what would you prefer to race this in, pro stocks or late models?
No, I like running on the big tires. I mean, they're both fun classes. They each have their own, their own thing that I like. The late models is, always usually a big fields, Wiscasset wise, 20, 30 cars or whatever on weekly racing. So it was always fun throughout the years to race, in high points from the back up through that big field. and then you get to the pro stocks and you're racing against the, I guess what you'd say, just bigger names or whatever. That's probably not the right way, but the guys that spend a lot more money. So it's nice to race against some guys and try to beat them. But I like the speed. I like being lazy on big tires kind of thing. It feels better. But yeah, I mean, we dumbed it way down. The tranny, the clutch, the camber pins, all that stuff. Killed the motor with a restrictor plate. I mean, I was out there with Jonathan in practice. I could get him through the corner, and he'd pull me 3 lengths down the straight with his bolt motor. So, I mean, it's just they're all the same chassis. People that know anyway. So, the rest can just still talk. It's all good.
Yeah. All right. Well, I know the fans are always glad to see the St. Clair boys in the house. So, good luck today to the whole 14 and 51 crew.
Thank you. Lightning's gonna get him.
Yeah. Hey, we got Tomato there for you too.
Yeah.
Have you seen it yet?
I did. Yeah, Lightning's out there parked with him right now. As long as we're just buddies and he's not towing me off, we'll be all good.
You are racing the street stock in the race too, right?
Yes, yeah. I just think I see I was P1 and Heat 3, so I'm happy. We're good.
All right, Josh St. Clair, good luck.
Thank you, bud. Thank you.
And Alex Waltz is in the 00 as usual. And hey, on opening day, you were coming in pretty good. I think from half point on, I saw you making some pretty nice passes, Alex. So tell us about this piece. You happy with it today?
Yeah. We had a good opening day. Got a little exciting in the heat race there. A little carried away. Might have folded the accelerator under itself during one of the restarts. So we lost a few spots, and kind of definitely came in long in the wrong run. So hopefully that's the case today.
Yeah, and that feature. Didn't quite remember that heat race, but the feature, you passed a few people on the top, right?
Yeah, definitely hadn't come in quite yet. Opening day there, it was still pretty slippery out there, but I think it's going to be pretty good today. We were good in the first practice. We've been messing with our race tires a little bit. They didn't come out exactly how we was hoping, so we've been trying to get the stagger a little better, and I think we'll have something.
Now, do you like this race, doing the long distance 200? Has it treated you decent in the past?
No, it's never treated me good at all. It's kind of been an Achilles heel. I like it. It's fun. It's different. It's a challenge every year. But yeah, no, we've never had great luck. I think we've always tried it, and we've made it every year, even years they were sending cars home. So that was good. But I've only finished 1 or 2, so nothing good. So the goal is definitely to finish today, but I feel good about the car we got going into it too. So it'll be fun.
All right, Alex Waltz, good luck today in the 00.
Thank you.
See you, dude.
Welcome all my friends. Welcome all again. Welcome all again.
The drivers are ready. The crew is ready. We hope you're ready too. It's race time at Wiscasset Speedway. Get settled in, folks. The show starts now.
Hey, shake and bake, gal! Woo! Shake and bake!
Yeah, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon. Welcome to Wiscasset Speedway for the one-day running of the Coastal 200 weekend. We're packing it all into one day today. We are glad you are here to join us on this Memorial Day weekend. Lots of racing action in store for you today. As our first class on the track to race today will be the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. 22 street stocks in the house today, so we are going first to 3 heat races right here. This is lined up by handicap, low handicap drivers in Heat 1. Then Heat 2 fills the middle of the field. Heat 3 will fill the back half of the field, back third of the field. Lineup for this one is Tyler Dinsmore in the number 12, Dale Lawrence in the number 2, rookie Caden Neptune in the number 45, Tyler Jordan in the number 29. Last year's Strictly Shootout winner Landon Tapley in the 25. Brady Romano is in the number 83. And Dan Morton will start 7th in this one. At first of 3 heats. Pace car Barry Morris will take the Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang pace car to the infield. Dave Sturgis on the flag stand ready to go. And as always, to call the heat race action, I'll turn things over to my partner in crime, Nick Huff.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing on Coastal 200 Day at Maine's biggest and fastest track, Wiscasset Speedway. We are green, and your pole sitter has been shuffled back to third in the first two corners. Dale Lawrence and Tyler Jordan scoot on by for first and second, and this time the first lap will be complete with Tyler Jordan looking to the top side of Dale Lawrence, that is. We are neck and neck, and Jordan gets the run out of turn 2 and takes command. He is going to clear going into 3, and look at that 29 car go. Tyler Jordan out front now. Dale Lawrence in second. The pole sitter, Tyler Dinsmore, in third, and now we're neck and neck for fourth place. Brady Romano in the 83, and the short straw racing number 25, Landon Tapley. And I got to tell you, folks, I am happy to see that number 12 Monte Carlo back in action. Just about a month ago on opening day, he wadded it up on the front stretch wall, and he thought that that car was done, but certainly it is not. They were able to make repairs and keep on a-truckin' with their Strictly Street program at Wiscasset Speedway, making the return in that 12 car. And it might not be a first-place runner, but it is a front runner. He's still hanging with the top cats in the class. Landon Tapley is the man on the move on the outside, though. Tyler Dinsmore is keeping Dale Lawrence within his sight, but Tapley in the 25 is the only one able to make some progress now in the second groove, as we have just passed halfway now with 4 to go. Landon Tapley is coming in that number 25 Camaro. He disposes of Tyler Dinsmore and now sets his sights on second to the top side of Dale Lawrence in the 2. Tyler Jordan in the 29 was also involved in an opening day skirmish. That one was with Chris Burgess in turn 3, where they both ended up in the wall. So another car that we are glad to have back, that 29. He'll see the 2 to go flags. Popsicle sticks are in the air for the first of 3 Strictly Street qualifiers. 2 laps to go, and Tapley has checked out from third on back, and he's trying to close in on your leader, but he's likely going to run out of time. We've got 1 to go with a spin in 3. Tyler Dinsmore just can't catch a break. He spins with Brady Romano, and the white flag waved, so that's going to end it. Ladies and gentlemen, they just came out of a driver's meeting letting everybody know how we do things at Wiscasset Speedway. Once the leader takes the white flag, the next race ends it. So unfortunately, this one ends under caution, and it goes to Tyler Jordan in the 29. And he is a newcomer to Wiscasset, folks. He is going to call Wiscasset Speedway his home this season after normally running at Oxford the recent years. So clearly he's just a little bit new to the premises and doesn't know how we do the heat race photo op, so he missed that front stretch opportunity the first time by, but we'll see if we can get his attention this time around.
There he goes. He finds our photographer, Jason Dickey. And Jason will get a quick photo op with that beautiful looking number 29 as we roll out heat number 2. As we said, we line them up by handicap, which is their points. When we get into the bulk of the season, it'll be their points over the previous 4 races, but they only have had 1 race in the book so far with Group 2. So this will fill the middle portion of the feature. This actually includes the top 3 from the most recent race. We have so many new cars today that they're going to be in their own heat race. This one will have Ryan Easonsey in the number 49. To his outside, Chris Burgess. He's kind of traded seats with his son, Ben. Ben's in the late model. Chris driving the street stock today. Chuck Wagstaff in the number 31. He'll have Joe Harriman outside in the number 20. Ray Dinsmore the third in the number 81. Then comes your top 3 from the opening day race. Scott Eck in the number 27. Your reigning street stock champion is the number 23 of Zach Emerson. He's a 3-time champion. And your opening day winner, picking up his first career Wiscasset win in the number 82 out of Portland, that is Chaz Briggs.
Yeah, hats off to the 82 there, getting his first win at the Wiscasset Speedway in the 82. Chaz Briggs, he won it by default after post-race tech. The original winner, Matt Cannon Jr., was disqualified, unfortunately, handing it over to Chaz Briggs there. But hey, look at that front, folks. We're already going 3 wide. We've got a Burgess sandwich in the middle. But Burgess is going to clear him. He was stuck in the middle for a brief second, but he clears the 49 to his inside, and he cleared Harriman to his outside for just a moment. But now Burgess is able to drop down to the inside curb and have a fair and square race with Harriman in the 20. Joe Harriman making progress in the second groove. Chris Burgess falling back to second, and here comes Scott Eck in the 27 for third. Scott Eck had a little bit of a heartbreak on opening day, as he certainly led the most laps, but a late race restart put him in an unfavorable position, and he got shuffled out of the top 3 with a certainly deserving car in that 27. Like I said, led most of the laps in the race, was en route to victory. But things certainly took a turn for the worst for him in the late stages of the opening day Strictly Street race. So he is gunning for the front once again as he tightens it up on the back bumper of Chris Burgess in the 7. Chaz Briggs has broken free from the rest of the field up to 4th and now sets his sights on that top 3. And the 23 is a 3-time champ, as we mentioned, but he has won those past championships in a Monte Carlo. This is a brand new car for him that was just built by BRF Burgess Racing Fabrication in that number 23. So he is still working out some kinks on it, with this being its second race on that race car. Brand new Camaro, like I said. 2 to go for Joe Harriman this time. Zach Emerson in the 23 makes up your top 5. Chuck Wagstaff, he's still not out of the picture. He got stuck with Dinsmore and Ryan Easton in the 49 for a moment, but Chuck Wagstaff has closed back in on your top 5 in that 31. One more lap to go. Joe Harriman, Chris Burgess, Scott Eck, Chaz Briggs, your opening day winner in the 82. Zach Emerson, Wagstaff looks to the top side, but he's going to fall short, coming to that checkered flag. And Zach Emerson will hold on to the top 5 position. Chuck Wagstaff, with a valiant effort, settles for 6th. Joe Harriman picks up a heat race win in qualifier number 2.
This guy was a feature winner last year here in this Strictly Streets and is off to a good start here with a heat win in heat number 2 out of Montville. That is Joe Harriman, your heat winner. And folks, as promised, I'd let you know the programs are now here. If you want to get a souvenir program, just go see Robin downstairs at the souvenir booth, and you can get yours while supplies last. Somebody quick, go get one for Marion, please. Hi, Marion. And by the way, she down at the souvenir booth got a lot of the brand new Coastal 200 t-shirts, so be sure to get yours while supplies last as well. As we have heat number 3 for the Strictly Streets. Josh St. Clair, he's going to be running the Coastal 200 today as well, but he brought out Lightning McQueen for today's show. He's in the 95. Ethan Dinsmore in the number 8X. Then comes Alex Cromwell in the 96 making his debut. Mac Hannon Jr. in the 08 was lined up to start last, but they couple cars dropping on the tail end. We've got Matt Mingo in the 12M and Edward Luma Jr. in the number 22. I believe there was one car that missed the call for this race.
And we're green. Josh St. Clair, Lightning McQueen, breaks free coming out of turn 2. And Dan Trask in the number 3 was unable to answer the call. Edward Lima in the 22 goes to the infield of turn 4. Out of harm's way, we should be able to keep this thing green. So it was Cowboy Dan Trask that we are missing, unable to answer the call for Heat 3. And Ethan Dinsmore in the 8X looks like he's fighting quite a tight car. It is certainly washing up on the inside, on the middle of the turns. Tight in the center, as they like to say. That helped Mac Hannon Jr. in the 08 get on by quite easily. Now Alex Cromwell is going to work on the back bumper of the 8X of Dinsmore. Alex Cromwell in that orange 96. Our former tech man, no, that's not our former tech man. That's his son in the number 12 of Matt Mingo in the Derek Mingo ride. We have been privileged enough here at Wiscasset to have Derek Mingo be our tech man for at least the last 5 years or so. And now that's his son, Matt Mingo in the number 12. Edward Lima in the 22 was able to get back on track, and now he's going to go a lap down to Josh St. Clair coming up on his right rear. Edward Lima took quite the hit on opening day. He hit the number 57 of Andrew Glynn head on. And I thought that the number 22 was also a complete loss, but evidently not. He's been able to get that car back together and back out in competition. Evidently not up to snuff today, being black flagged for being way off the pace in an unsafe manner. But happy that car is back together. Can't say the same story for the 57 of Andrew Glynn. We are missing him from opening day. Very unfortunate there. Checkered flag is going to wave for Josh St. Clair. Lightning McQueen. It's Kachow time in the 95. Picks up qualifier number 3 for the Coastal Race Day Strictly Streets. Mac Hannon Jr. for second and Ethan Dinsmore for third. To wrap up all of our Strictly Street qualifiers as we prepare for the Sport Modifieds coming up next on Coastal Race Day at Maine's biggest and fastest track, Wiscasset Speedway. What a beautiful day it is today to have an extra show and making the right call to call off tomorrow and rearrange the schedule for today. So we're glad that you all could answer the call and rearrange your schedules to be here with such short notice.
All right, Sport Modifieds on the track presented by Creative Cleanouts by Josh, environmentally friendly junk removal business here in the Mid-Coast area. And actually, Creative Cleanouts by Josh sponsoring several laps in the Coastal 200 today as well. So I want to thank Josh Cash and his crew for their continued support. One heat race today for the Mod Squad. We've got Scott Tucker at the point in the number 79 out of Winthrop. Faith Cleaves out of Durham in the number 89. Kyle Hewins in the number 21. He is out of Oxford. To his outside is the rookie Jackson Moorside out of Arundel in the 88. He was last year's Pro 4 champion. 7-time champion Adam Chadbourne in car number 1. And your most recent winner is that number 39 rookie Alec Brown out of Hope. And our reigning modified champion in the number 77, Reed Reno, making his debut here at Wiscasset Speedway as we get the mods underway.
Yeah, Reed Reno making his debut this season. As Ken said, he's the reigning champion from last season, but we missed Reed Reno on opening day. Happy to have him back in the 77. Things are getting tight up front. Scott Tucker in that 79 is keeping that field bunched up, and Kyle Hewins has taken a couple peeks to the inside to go 3 wide, but he thinks better of it, and he is certainly boxed in. Once again looks to the inside down the front stretch, but Scott Tucker slams the door, allowing Faith Cleaves and Jackson Moorside, your top 2, to run away with this one so far. And they tried to go 3 wide into 1. We're drifting through 1 and 2. Hewins can't hang on to it. He drifted 3/4 of the way through the corner, but it couldn't stick in turn 2. The 21 goes around. Adam Chadbourne pushed a 3 wide situation, and more drama between those guys. Chadbourne versus Hewins. They had issues in the very same corner on opening day. My. Ken, what do you have to say over there?
Yeah, Kyle trying to get a handle on this track. He is a 2-time Strictly Street champion here at Wiscasset, and actually the reigning pass modified champion, driving for Scott Delano and that the beautiful number 21. Reed Reno just kind of hanging back, being a new car. He knows he's got to start the feature in the tail end, so just making sure he has a ride under him to get to the feature later on this afternoon. Sweep crew will go to work. A little bit of dirt kicked up at the bottom of turn number 2. Dave Sturgis going to cross him up. Race director Scott Chabuk says we are just about ready to go. Going to keep them under caution pace, though. We get the safety vehicles off the track.
Yeah, so they called Adam Chadbourne as culprit of that incident as well, putting him to the back with Kyle Hewins. Adam Chadbourne forcing that 3 wide situation and putting Scott Tucker up into the left rear tire of the 21, causing the spin. And heck of a drift by Kyle Hewins in the 21, drifting it through 1 and partially into 2, but it was a valiant effort, just couldn't stick it. Let's try it again. 3 laps complete. And 3 wide again. Chadbourne and Hewins split Tucker clean this time. And now they both file to the top side of Alec Brown. Side by side up front, it's Faith Cleaves and Jackson Moorside. Oh, Moorside sees Hewins coming in the rear view, and he quickly drops down to the inside to preserve that line. What a move by Jackson Moorside. He files in up tight on the back bumper of Faith Cleaves. We're halfway, and Kyle Hewins goes to the top. He gets around Jackson Moorside, and now he sets a fender to the high side of Faith Cleaves for the lead. Looks like he's going to have a fender up this time at the line. Yes, he does.
4 laps to go, and Kyle Hewins is in command. Faith Cleaves back to second, and now Moorside is going to fall victim to Adam Chadbourne in the 1. Chadbourne up to third now. Kyle Hewins breaks free from the field and quickly pulls away to at least 5 or 6 car lengths, coming to the 2 to go flags. A lap and a half remaining. Chadbourne sets his wheel up to the right side of Faith Cleaves now for second. White flag flies for Hewins. Faith Cleaves in the 89 continues to hold off Chadbourne. The number 1 has one more shot to get second away. Doesn't look like he's going to do it. Faith Cleaves is going to hang on. Sport Modifieds at Wiscasset Speedway putting on a heck of a show. Kyle Hewins makes his way back to the front after the early race spin. Faith Cleaves holds on to second, Adam Chadbourne third, Jackson Moorside fourth, and then your opening day winner is in that 39. Alec Brown settles for your top 5.
Rolling into victory lane to grab his first checkers of 2026 here at Wiscasset. In the number 21 out of Oxford, that is Kyle Hewins, your heat winner. Pace car picking up the next class. And it is the Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunners. First of 2 heat races for our entry-level 4-cylinder division today. Wicked good vintage cars in the house, too. They're going to be running a pair of features only. One for the hobby class, one for the early late models. As I said, Crown Vic's originally on the schedule for today, but because we condensed everything into one day, we're going to reschedule the Crown Vics, plus another bonus race a little bit later on. We'll let you know about when that gets all taken care of. But opening day, or actually the first appearance of the Crown Vics, we had 17 of them in the house. We put on a great show. This one has Hayden Carver in the number 44 out of Windsor. Our friend Paul Hopkins out of Camden in the 02. Jarity. Some people only need to go by one name, and that's one cat right there. Jarity in the number 71. Jason Meservey in the 57. Carl Conan in the 7. Dylan York in the 7X. Lucas Bickford in the 77. And James Grover in the 6 will fill out the field for the Roadrunners.
And 10 laps the distance. Hayden Carver and Paul Hopkins are going to bring him to green. Carver on the inside takes command. Hopkins hanging tight there. Gets down to the bottom to file in single file as they still race side by side for 3rd and 4th. Jarity and Jason Meservey for 3rd place. Jarity in the 71 is going to take 3rd to himself. Meservey falling backwards. Here comes the 7X of Dylan York up the inside, looking to snatch 4th away. And York completes the pass on the inside, now crosses over to the top side, and he quickly completes that pass around Jarity. Put that 7X up to 3rd now, Dallas York. Dylan York, that is. Hayden Carver in the 44 pulling away. Paul Hopkins in the 02 might fall victim here to Dylan York. That 7X is coming in hot. Halfway flags are going to be shown. 5 laps to go for Hayden Carver.
And we got contact out of 4. Oh, Jarity almost goes around. Can he hang on to it? Contact with that 7 of Carl Conan out of turn 4. Almost sent Jarity spinning. He went down in the grass, but what a recovery. Sticks the landing, but not without losing some spots. We're going to put that number 6 up to 4th now. James Grover in the 6 capitalizes from that last lap around turn 4 mayhem. Going back to the front, though, Dylan York completes the pass around Paul Hopkins for 2nd. Two laps remaining for Hayden Carver. Dylan York in the 7X, Paul Hopkins in the 02H. James Grover in that 6 for 4th. Jason Reservi sits 5th in the 57, but Jarity in the 71 is still putting the pressure on. One more lap to go for the Roadrunners. Roadrunners at Wiscasset Speedway, brought to you by Dale's Cash Fuel. And also, we just finished up the modified class, brought to you by Creative Cleanouts. Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunners get the checkered flag for qualifier number 1. And it goes to Hayden Carver in the 44. And folks, don't let us forget to tell you that 50/50 tickets are for sale with Sarah just inside the main gate at the table. Oh, I guess it's Vanessa. She's got a sub at the moment. We got 50/50 tickets for sale here somewhere, and sometime during feature action, we're going to give away a pile of money. So get in on that 50/50 action here on Coastal 200 Day. Hayden Carver pulls it into heat race victory lane. Give him a quick round of applause in the 44.
Yeah, I believe, I'll double check, but I believe that's Hayden's first checkered flag here. Young rookie started last season, his first year here. So, handicap with the top section of the class here in heat number 2, plus 4 or 5 new cars. Glad to have these guys joining us, and girls. Lineup for this one has Kerrigan Glazier in the number 99. Then comes Jason Sears in the number 11. Your opening day winner in the 02 was Gavin Giroux. Allison Graffam in the number 23. That happens to be Kerrigan's sister in the number 23. Parker Doucette is in the number 8. Logan Weir in the 43. Jason Main in the 66. That's the grandson of Wiscasset Speedway Hall of Famer Phil Main, making his racing debut. And Guy Williams in the number 3 will fill out the field here for heat number 2.
In trouble with Gavin Giroux in the 02. He misses a shift and holds up the entire inside line. Kerrigan Glazier in the 99 checks out. Off and running in a hurry. Actually, Gavin Giroux might have more troubles. He's got a flat right front tire on that 02. Man, oh man, Gavin Giroux can't catch a break. And trouble with the 8 maybe as well. Parker Doucette in that 8. And Gavin Giroux in the 02 file down the pit road entrance. All right. right, they finally get there. It's slow and steady, but they're making it out of harm's way, and we get to keep this race green with Kerrigan Glazier still leading and Jason Sears in that 11. Allison Graffam in that yellow number 23. Logan Ware in the 43 sits fourth. And Guy Williams, his first appearance to Wiscasset Speedway, is in that green number 3. We're halfway with Roadrunner Heat Race number 2. 5 laps to go. And Jason Sears might be closing in on Kerrigan Glazier. Kerrigan certainly had the quick right off the bat car in the 99, pulling away at the drop of the green, but Jason Sears seems to be getting in a rhythm now, and that 11 is slowly closing in. Kerrigan's last lap time was 19.49, and Jason Sears was turning a 19.3. Sears, in recent laps, has been 1/10 faster. Make that 2/10 faster the last time around. 19.5 for Kerrigan and 19.3 for Jason. Jason Sears is closing in with 2 laps left, and he's already looking to the top side. Might be a lapped car coming into play here. White flag is out. Can Kerrigan Glazier hold off Jason Sears here with 1 lap left? Checker flag's gonna be flying. Lapped car number 66 gets a little squirrely in front of him, but no harm done. And Kerrigan Glazier picks up qualifier number 2 for these Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunners.
Yeah, they're highly encouraged to take a cool down lap before they decide to bail it down pit road, and Guy Williams needing to change his mind at the last minute. This young lady was a 3-time feature winner last year and picks up her first checkers here at 2026. Kerrigan Glazier is your heat winner. She is the daughter of former Super Street champion Jeremy Glazier. Well, folks, what do you say we drag out some late models and set the field for the Coastal 200? First of 3 heat races rolling onto the track. 21 cars will qualify for the main event today. And as I said, unfortunately, with rescheduling the race today, lost a couple of cars that were not able to reschedule, but those are things that'll happen in big-time auto racing, and we appreciate all the drivers that were able to change things up and get down here to race. So all 21 will make the show. We're just going to have to figure out the order. So the lineup for heat number 1 will go with DC Alexander out of Carmel in the number 7. Alex Waltz out of Waldoboro in the, or Walpole in the 00. Brent Roy is in the number 26 out of Vassalboro. Frank Moulton out of Pittston in the 15. Ben Burgess out of Hartford in the 7H. Ryan St. Clair in the 51. And Zach Harris coming back up from Ocala, Florida to race with us today in the number 32.
And boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's set the grid for the 2026 Coastal 200 at Wiscasset Speedway. The winner of this heat race will start on the pole. Fierce competition all the way through. We are 2x2x2. DC Alexander, Alex Waltz. Waltz falls back into second and crosses underneath. DC Alexander washed up in the middle of the corner, but he quickly gets back down to block. Frank Moulton's going to try to take care of both of them, setting sail up in the second groove in that number 15 car. Frank Moulton is the opening day late model winner this season at Wiscasset, the one and only late model race we've had so far this year. That checkered flag was held by that 15 car, now in command. Yes, Frankie Moulton makes his way to the top. And he's looking to continue some dominance in 2026 by putting that car on the pole of the Coastal 200 this afternoon. Frank Moulton, he didn't just take the lead, he is quickly distancing himself from the 7A of DC Alexander. Alex Waltz in third, and we've got a change up for fourth as Ben Burgess in the 7 takes it away from Brent Roy. Brent Roy back to fifth. Ryan St. Clair might give him a challenge now in the 51. Ben Burgess closes in on the top 3 now. He might have enough time to make something happen on that 00 of Alex Waltz. This one is all Frankie Moulton's as he continues to put distance on DC Alexander. Normally our late models run 10-lap heat races, but for Coastal 200 Day, we're running 12-lap heats, so we're at lap 10 now with 2 to go. Ryan St. Clair passes Brent Roy on the top side. Put that number 51 now into the top 5. 1 lap to go for Frank Moulton. DC Alexander has second place quite comfortably, but Ben Burgess is putting the pressure on Alex Waltz for third now. 1 corner to go. Can Burgess take it away? Yes, he does. What a show for third. In the final corner, Ben Burgess in the 7 takes third in qualifier number 1. Alex Waltz gets bumped back to fourth, and Ryan St. Clair rounds out your top 5 in the first heat race for the Coastal 200. This year's Coastal 200 is brought to you by Coldbrook Trailers and Equipment in Bangor, GT Overhead Door, CLH & Son, and Nitro Trailers.
All right, heat number 2. Another driver joining us from the Sunshine State, up from New Smyrna, Florida, in the number 93. That is Jerry Simons. To his outside, Chad Dow from Nitro Trailers in the number 39. Ashton Burgess in the 34 with Chase Burgess on the outside. They are cousins in the 13. Bigfoot Ben Nile in the number 72 with J.R. Robinson in the number 28. And another 7-time champion here at Wiscasset Speedway, Josh St. Clair in the number 14.
Winner of this qualifier will start outside pole in the Coastal 200. And we're green. The front row took off pretty good. Ashton Burgess looked like he had a slight stumble in the 34, but he quickly recovers and brings it up alongside his cousin Chase in the 13. Chad Dow takes command.
Chad Dow puts a few car lengths in between him and Jerry Simons in second place. Ashton Burgess working on the inside of the 93 for second. Ashton Burgess in the 34 is going to have a nose up to second going into turn 3. Simons back to third. Chase Burgess in fourth. Josh St. Clair in the 14 trying to make his way through. He has passed J.R. Robinson, now putting Ben Nile to work to crack the top 5. Put that 14 into 5th. Josh St. Clair up into the 5th position. Single file now. It should be relatively more easy to make some passes for Josh St. Clair now, as he closes in on Chase Burgess in a hurry. Up tight on the back bumper, putting the pressure on. Burgess is going to slip up, and they make a little bit of contact down the backstretch. Burgess spins to the infield of 3. All right, yellow flag comes out for the spin, and the dirt kicked up in turn 3. It's a dust screen over there.
Yeah, Sweep Girl will have to go to work to clean up over there in turn 3 real quick. Chase Burgess, the young son of Jeff Burgess, who has run this race plenty of times, including his final race, which was last year. And talking about the lineage in racing here in the state of Maine, Chase also the grandson of Hall of Famer Butch Burgess. And a budding announcer, too, by the way, Nick, was announcing last night up at LST Motorsports Park in Richmond, and Chase jumped in and called a couple races with me last night. So he's done some spotting, and he's like, hey, I want to try out announcing. So he did a good job, so.
All right, folks, I see Sarah walking around there in the red hoodie selling 50-50 tickets. Let's get that jackpot up there nice and high for Coastal 200 Day, giving away a handful of money come feature time for the jackpot 50-50 winnings. Plus, we'll draw off a second ticket for a Sweets and More gift card. Sweets and More is right up the road on Route 1A with all the candy and sodas you'll ever need. Craft sodas, that is. They got all kinds of good stuff up there at Sweets and More. And hey, folks, what did we just see? Did Josh St. Clair do a gentleman tap? Is that what we just missed, Ken? I think they gave Chase Burgess his spot back. Josh St. Clair must have done a gentleman's tap on the roof, and that's the first one of those that we've seen in 2026. Hats off to Josh St. Clair for that one. Once again, Ashton Burgess stumbles on the start. He stumbled off the initial start, holding up the inside line. This time he holds up the outside line, and Chad Dow quickly puts a half a straightaway on him. Ashton Burgess is going to arc it up way high under the flag stand, and look at all of that ground that he just made on third place. Look who it is, it's Sasquatch, Ben Nile, making his way up into the top 3, the number 72. Josh St. Clair quickly up to 4th. He sets a left front fender to the right side of Ben Nile to potentially take 3rd. Just about side by side out of 4th. Chad Dow, Ashton Burgess, and Josh St. Clair slides in the middle of 1 and 2, and for a brief moment fell back in single file behind the bumper of Ben Nile. But once again, he goes to the top side. Can he get it done? A dead heat down the backstretch. The race is for 3rd. Ben Nile and Josh St. Clair with 1 lap to go for Chad Dow. And Josh St. Clair takes third away on the final lap. Checkered flag is going to be flying. It looks like it's going to be Chad Dow, Ashton Burgess, and Josh St. Clair. Your top three for heat number 2 for the Coastal 200. And that's going to put Chad Dow on the outside front row for the main event.
He'll roll up to Jason Dickey to get the checkered flag in the photograph. And you want to get all the pictures from our official photographer here at Wiscasset Speedway, go to Jason Dickey Photography, and that's Jason, Jasen. Or you can get a link to his website right on the homepage at wiscassetspeedway.com. Before I forget, which I already have once, Noah Doss. Please go see Penny at the Kids Club table. Noah Doss to the Kids Club table.
So, before post-heat race tech, it looks like Frank Moulton and Chad Dow is going to set the front row for this year's Coastal 200. Now the rest of these guys are duking it out for the third place starting position.
Yeah, heat number 3 lines up this way. Troy Patterson out of Stockton Springs in the number 5. To his outside, you just can't keep this guy from racing. Boss Hog, Dave St. Clair in the number 14. 78 years young. Brett Osmond in his 05 out of Richmond to his outside. Fastest in all 3 rounds of practice, Jonathan Emerson in the number 24. Dave Getchell in the 88, Nick Morton in the 00, and Will Collins fills out the field here in heat number 3.
Another 12 laps for these guys, Patterson and St. Clair. And a nice start for the 14. He quickly had a nose out front, but through the corner, Patterson prevails. And Brett Osmond is going to go to the inside of Boss Hog as well, moving up to second in that 05. Boss Hog holding up the top line a little bit. Dave Getchell scoots under. Will Collins as well. Emerson in the 24, probably not too happy about that. And Boss Hog gets filed to the back as Troy Patterson continues to lead in the number 5. 3 laps complete. Let's see how much ground Jonathan Emerson can make up here. With 8 laps to go this time around. Troy Patterson with his first appearance to the track this season. Brett Osmond sits nice and tidy in second. Will Collins gets around Dave Getchell for third. Jonathan Emerson follows in the 24. He's the one in the second groove. Gets around Getchell, and now he's going to go to work on Will Collins. Nick Morton trying to follow around Getchell in that 88. Nick Morton in the 00M, that is. That's the only side-by-side battle on track right now for 5th. Dave Getchell and Nick Morton. We're past halfway. 5 laps to go. Jonathan Emerson right up tight on the back bumper of the 25. Hoping Will Collins makes a slip up to allow him on the inside, but it's not likely. Will Collins is a seasoned veteran. Emerson is going to go to the top now. Emerson gets a tire to the right quarter of Will Collins, as the top 2 are still very comfortably in their positions. Troy Patterson and Brett Osmond. Jonathan Emerson making some slow progress up on the top side with 2 laps left now for Troy Patterson. And they are certainly closing in on Brett Osmond in a hurry now here. They're going to stack up behind the 05. Is this going to help Jonathan Emerson? Maybe box Will Collins in. Oh, Osmond slides up. Looks like they, man, Will Collins definitely had to have wanted to go 3 wide there for a moment, but you don't want to be doing that here. Checkered flag is going to fly. Jonathan Emerson gets them both. And what a run by the 24. Jonathan Emerson makes it all the way back up to second as Troy Patterson wins the third and final qualifier to set the grid for the 2026 Coastal 200. Troy Patterson is going to start inside row 2 for third in the main event.
Yeah, Troy had a top 5 finish in this race last year and came back to see if he can get it done on the podium, and a good start in that number 5 out of Swanville. Troy Patterson, your heat winner of heat number 3. So the field is set for the 200. Pace car picking up the next class. Our guests from the Wicked Good Vintage Racers are here. They're going to run features only today, so this is the first of the 2 groups to come on out. The early late models. All right, we've got Parker Long in the number 87. Number 97, driven by George Haskell. Let me see. We'll get you some names as we get going, but boy, there's a slow pace. Come on, boys. Let's go racing. Nick Overlock is in the number 18. Adam Chadbourne actually out there driving the question mark car, mid-pack on the outside. We've got Gary Drew in the 282. 77, driven by Bubba Pelton. Bubba Pelton hasn't made it to the track yet this year, but getting an old vintage hot rod. Actually, this race is kind of a combination between their early late models and their outlaws. They haven't had enough outlaw cars to sustain a division on their own, so they are running here with the early late models. This is a 25-lap feature. Caution flies as we have the 82 of Nate Simons that has spun around there in the top of turn 2. Again, this is kind of a combination of their early late model division and their outlaws. The outlaws haven't been able to sustain enough car count to maintain their own division, so this year they have combined them together. We've been longtime supporters of the Wicked Good Vintage Racers and their efforts to preserve some old machines or build nice replicas of some old race cars that have turned laps here around the state of Maine. Thank you, Bubba. After this feature race for the early late models, we'll have a brief intermission. Just wanted to give a heads up to our crew. Then we'll get back into feature racing.
Nate Simons in the 82 on the inside. George Haskell on the outside in the 97. Oh, he gets squirrely. Out of 4. All kinds of power underneath it. Nice recovery. I think that was Nate Simons in the 82. Let's double check that this time. No, that's an 87. 87 of Parker Long. My mistake. 87 of Parker Long with a nice save out of 4 that last time around. And we're neck and neck still for the top spot, putting on a great show. And we might be 3 wide here. Adam Chadbourne in that question mark, looking to go 3 wide at the very top. How about Gary Drew in the 282, barking at the bit as well in 3rd. Two by 2 for the first 4 spots. The 77 of Bubba Pelton, that's also a very familiar name. We are 3 wide, folks. Adam Chadbourne looking out there in the question mark. Up in the marbles, cleaning off the 3rd line. Adam Chadbourne can't make any progress out there and still settles it in 2 by 2 with Gary Drew. Once again, Bubba Pelton in that 77, waiting to see which line progresses. 3 wide again, Chadbourne looks out there for the lead. He's making it work this time. Trying to keep a safe gap in between them. It's only vintage racing, boys. Don't need to get within a few inches of touching tires. Oh, baby. A dead heat down the front stretch. 3 wide still at the halfway flags. Pelton up there in the mix alongside the 282. As Adam Chadbourne goes 3 wide up in the very top line and now takes command through 3 and 4. Oh, Bubba Pelton in the 77's gonna follow way up there. He's not gonna make any progress this time through 1 and 2, but I can't imagine he's done yet. We're past halfway, folks, and they are chomping at the bit behind that battle between the 97 and the 87. Those 2 cars are inseparable, forcing these guys to go 3 wide around them. 87 of Parker Long on the inside. George Haskell on the outside in the 97. And Bubba Pelton looks out there again 3 wide. Haskell is clear in the 97. He can drop down, which he does, making it much easier this time for Bubba Pelton in the 77. Here comes the 282 of Gary Drew. He's looking to crack the top 3 and make it a race between those seasoned veterans out there. Adam Chadbourne and Bubba Pelton, 1 and 2, and now Gary Drew in the top 3. Listen to that thing crank down the front stretch, folks. Bubba Pelton's number 77 really sounds stout on the front side.
Nice race. A dead heat down the backstretch. Adam Chadbourne and Bubba Pelton putting on a great show here in the Wicked Good Vintage early late models. Pelton with the advantage out of turn 2, and he clears down the backstretch. Give that lead to the 77 of Bubba Pelton now. Oh, he's gonna slow it up. Oh no, what's going on with Bubba Pelton? He hands the top 2 spots away. Back to 30 goes, he's still dropping off the pace. But now this race is between Adam Chadbourne and Gary Drew.
Adam Chadbourne showing the way, chased by the 282 of Gary Drew. Peter Warren leading the second group in that number 31 with the checkers ready to fly. And a great job from the Wicked Good early late models and outlaws. Now coming into this season, Adam Chadbourne under regular weekly racing, the second winningest driver in this track's history, and he's within, I believe, just 5 career wins of the man who's at number 1, Scott Chubbuck. But one thing we haven't counted in those wins is kind of racing ones like these, the Wicked Goods and Enduros and such. So Adam's probably got a few more wins under his belt, but when we talk statistical standings and the careers of Wiscasset Speedway, it's official weekly racing conditions. Rolling that beautiful car prepared by James Osmond into victory lane. Love these old hot rods. We always jokingly call this the Bobby Timmons Invitational. Bobby, if you're listening, want to say hi. Today's racing, by the way, want to say hi to everyone watching today on Racing America. And with that, let's send things down to Nick Huff in victory lane.
Make some noise for Adam Chadbourne. I know you know this guy, folks. Adam Chadbourne doing double duty today in the mod. You having fun out there?
Yeah, it was. That was a lot of fun. These cars are really cool looking, and they're a lot of fun to race.
And you made it look fun. Going 3 wide, scared us a few times. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was fun. I don't know. I was just checking it out. I felt it out for a few laps, and then I was like, well, maybe I'll try it on the backstretch. I'll have enough time to get by the time I get to the backstretch. But
Yep, nice job. You got it done. Who do you got to thank for letting you drive this question mark machine? Tell us, hey, what kind of vehicle is it, by the way?
This is a GTO, and I got to thank Johnny and Elaine Rice for letting me drive it, and Wicked Good Vintage Cars for letting me join them.
All right, that's Adam Chadbourne, folks, and he's not done racing yet. He's got that sport mod feature still to come in the number 1. But hey, how about this guy, Gary Drew? Is this the Gary Drew Oxford 250 champion?
It is, yeah.
Gary, glad to have you here. Tell us about this ride.
This is a friend of mine's ride, and he approached me last year and asked me if I'd try it out for him, and he wanted me to run it a few times for him to help get it going and stuff, and so we did, and it's a great little series that they have, and so I'm glad to help him out, and I'm going to run it a few more times this year, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Hey, did you just let Adam have it, or what's the scoop there? You think you could have got him with a few more laps?
Yeah, I think I could have got him a few laps. He was getting tight, and I actually got underneath him going down the backstretch there into 3, and he come down. We rubbed a little bit, but I backed out of it because this is all fun. This ain't any competition. So it was fun. Yep. So.
All right, that's Gary Drew, ladies and gentlemen, in the 282 for second place, and Peter Warren. Peter Warren, right?
Yes.
In the 31 for third. Something happened with the 77, Bubba Pelton. He was right up there with these guys, then he came back to you. What do you think was going on?
I don't know. Can't answer that.
No, I'm sure you can't, but you guys certainly made a race out of it. It looked like maybe he was having ignition problems that kept kicking on and off because he lost them in a hurry, but then he was able to maintain pace with you, and I'm sure it made it a little bit more fun for you, right?
Oh, I still had to work hard for it. Thank you.
So you lost power steering?
Yes.
When, like halfway through the race?
About that, yep.
Yep. So it took a lot more muscle halfway point on to manhandle this thing around?
Yes, it did.
All right, anybody you want to thank Peter for helping you get here in the 31 car?
I'd like to thank the Jordans for having us. I hope they have us back again sometime. I'd like to thank RB Performance up in Jay. They helped me a lot. Barry Brady and Rowdy Romano. My family showed up today, so it's a good day for everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's Peter Warren wrapping up your top 3 for the Wicked Goods.
I'd like to also thank Wiscasset and all the people coming out and supporting us and stuff, and thank Wiscasset for allowing these cars to run, because without tracks like this, they wouldn't have no place to run, and they really appreciate it. Yep.
All right, that's Gary Drew one more time, folks. Peter Warren, Gary Drew, and Adam Tradborn is your winner. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now intermission time. Isn't that right, Ken?
That is right. Thank you very much, Nick. Congrats to our top 3 in victory lane. We are going to take about a 10 or 15-minute intermission, just to give you a chance to get up and stretch, give our crew a quick break. More features coming out next. We got the Strictly Streets, Roadrunners, Modifieds, another Wicked Good group, and, of course, the Coastal 200, all in today's program. So glad you guys can join us. Visit our friends on the concourse to get a bite to eat. See Robin downstairs at the souvenir booth. All kinds of cool stuff down there, including your Coastal 200 merch. And we will be back with you in just a moment.
If you are a Subaru enthusiast and you haven't shopped Norm's Used Cars in Wiscasset, you are missing out. Norm's Used Cars specializes in previously enjoyed late-model, low-mileage Subarus, all hand-picked and meticulously gone over to be like new to you. And with over 100 Subarus on the lot starting at $49.95, they have a great selection too. Experience the difference at Norm's Used Cars.
That's not the norm. That's Norm's Used Cars.
Celebrating 44 years of offering the best selection of previously enjoyed Subarus, cars, minivans, trucks, and SUVs. Norm's Used Cars is just a short drive from Portland, Lewiston, Augusta, and Rockland, or you can find them online anytime at normsusedcars.com. Best of all of Norm's Used Cars and trucks are backed by the best warranty you'll find anywhere. Norm's Used Cars, the previously enjoyed Subaru capital of Maine, online at normsusedcars.com.
That's not the norm. That's Norm's Used Cars.
Uh-oh, time to call Portland Glass.
We've been in business since 1947, and that speaks for itself. We have 34 locations in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. We pride ourselves on our attention to detail. We'll go to your home or your office, or you can come to us. We'll even take you to work. We'll always try to repair the windshield before replacing it. We're going to do the right thing. Tell your insurance company you want to work with Portland Glass.
The future is yours at General Dynamics Bath Iron Works. BIW designs and constructs advanced ships for the U.S. Navy. Our ships protect our country. Around the globe, sailors know that Bath Built is best built. Discover all of our opportunities at biwcareers.com. Join us and work on a mission that matters.
Ready to get the show on the road once again, and its next feature is for the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. Your lineup has Tyler Jordan at the point in the number 29, Landon Tapley in the 25, then comes Dale Lawrence in the 2, Dan Morton in the 00M, Caden Neptune in the 45, Brady Romano in the 83, Tyler Dinsmore in the 12, Joe Harriman in the 20, Chris Burgess in the 7B, Chuck Wagstaff in the 31, Ryan Easonsey in the 49, Ray Dinsmore in the 81. We are ready to go 30 laps this afternoon for the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. Dave Sturgis checks him over and gives him the green. And Tyler Jordan has a little issue in the 29, and Landon Tapley drives around him. And talking about an issue, Ethan Dinsmore didn't make it to turn 1. It's Tapley, Jordan, and Dan Morton, 1, 2, 3. Little slip up for Brady Romano in the 83. Stacks up a little traffic on the outside lane. Everybody trying to get by that 83. 45, the rookie Caden Neptune is right in the thick of things. With the handicap, the top dogs have to make their way through a lot of traffic to get to the front. Matter of fact, your opening day winner, Chaz Briggs, currently shown in last place. Problem for Joe Harriman, flat left front tire, and he'll come to a stop, was able to keep it out of the wall. Caution comes out with 4 laps complete. Good piece of driving to keep that car off the wall. But as you see, the left front is down to the ground.
Super unfortunate for the 20. Joe Harriman won one of the Strictly Street heat races, but you heard a loud pop going down the front stretch, and clearly that left front tire blew going into the first corner. And as Ken mentioned, very nice job, nice piece of driving by him to keep it from going up into the wall, saving that car and incident from being a much worse situation. He heads down pit road, hopefully to just change a tire, and should be able to rejoin, still staying on the lead lap if he gets here before they go green.
Yeah, his pit stall's all the way across the track beside the backstretch staging area, so they'll give him a couple laps to make his way over there, and I'm sure some crew is ready to change the tire. Strictly Streets boasting a big car count as always. These guys always showing up and showing off. Yeah, Tyler Jordan, a little slip. I don't know if underpowered on that start, but Landon Tapley definitely got the jump on him on the start of that one. As we mentioned, Landon, the winner of last year's Strictly Shootout. Dan Morton in the 00 right there in the thick of things. And as I mentioned with the handicap, you finished top 3 in the previous race. You got to start back at the tail end of the field, and a couple of our top 3 are still back there. Only one able to make up some ground so far. Zach Emerson in the 23 has picked his way mid-pack up to 11th. Race director Scott Chubbuck says, lights out, we're going green next time around. Mike Carlton getting them ready over there in turn 1 and 2. Sean Dickinson back on the backstretch wall. Nate Sennett over in 3 and 4. And chief starter Dave Sturgis up on the stand, ready to turn them loose again with 4 laps complete. Tyler Dinsmore jumps out of line in the 12. And we are underway. Tyler Jordan a little better on the start of that one. Stays right with Tapley. Not ready to jump down in line. Back in the tail end of the field, we're looking 3 wide. Can't wait around too long, and Scott Eck is going to set sail up on the top side. Passes about 3 cars into turn 3. As we mentioned, Zach Emerson, the reigning champion in the number 23, he's on the move. Emerson's up to 6th and knocking on the door of the top 5. Opening day finished 3rd, but finished in the top 3, but said he wasn't crazy about the car. Well, he's had 4 weeks to get it ready for today. And another car making a lot of room on the top side is Lightning McQueen, Josh St. Clair. St. Clair now up into the 6th position. Two-car breakaway at the head of the pack. Landon Tapley was a one-time winner last year. Tyler Jordan looking to get his first victory here. And Dan Morton, the old veteran out of Woolwich, got a good run going, holding off a trio of cars for 3rd. Chuck Wagstaff's on the outside in the 31, but now Zach Emerson's got room to swing up to the top side. Going to try to beat Josh St. Clair to the punch. Again, 3 wide mid-pack. Scott Eck is not waiting around for the openings. He's going to drive around all of them. And the 27 is on the move. Zach Emerson is now up into 3rd, brings Josh St. Clair with him to 4th. Morton shuffled back to 5th. His buddy Chuck Wagstaff testing the outside. Halfway on this 15 down, 15 to go as they come to the stripe. And a couple champions going wheel to wheel now is St. Clair and Emerson. Josh St. Clair almost clear. And now Lightning McQueen is up into 3rd. Landon Tapley continuing to pull away from Tyler Jordan in the closing laps. Ethan Dinsmore off the pace on the number 8. He'll head down pit road as the leader comes out of turn 4. Landon Tapley was a 2-time feature winner in 2025, including the Strictly Shootout. Also races in Group 1 is in the Super Street division. Matt Mingo back on the track in the number 12M. And we've got 10 laps to go on the number 25. Ryan Easonsee will drop out and head down pit road. Checking lap times, the fastest car on the track right now is that 95 of Josh St. Clair, but he is running out of time. Brady Romano goes around on the back stretch in the 83, but he will keep it under green and rejoin the field on pit road, maybe. Well, pit road be damned. Brady Romano wants to get back on the track. Dave Sturgis ready to work the passing flag on the 83. These guys normally run a 25-lap feature. They're going 30 today. So you've got Landon Tapley, Tyler Jordan, Josh St. Clair, 1, 2, 3. Zach Emerson, 4th. Chris Burgess running in 5th in a car that his son ran to Rookie of the Year honors and 3 feature wins last year, which was tops in the class. Dan Morton still holding on nicely for 6th with Scott X 7th. Romano's going to call it an early race and head down pit road. Second place may still be up for grabs. St. Clair has chased down Tyler Jordan within a couple car lengths. These guys turning lap times about high 17s right now, but mid-race, early in the race, they were running mid 17-second laps. This time by 2 laps to go on the number 25 of Landon Tapley, and we're wheel to wheel for second. St. Clair with a little advantage on the outside. He will overpower Tyler Jordan down to turn 3. White laundry is in the air. One more time around for Landon Tapley. Final time out of turn number 4. Checkers slide. Landon Tapley gets the win. It's Landon Tapley with the win. Josh St. Clair from the back of the field up to finish in second. Tyler Jordan keeps it in the top 3 the entire race. He'll get his first podium in the number 29. Zach Emerson, the champ, finishing in 4th. Chris Burgess, 5th. Got a young man anxious to help Penny hand out trophies down there in Victory Lane. Noah Doss, our junior official today. Happy you could join us today here at Wiscasset Speedway for Coastal 200 weekend, the condensed version in one day, and a beautiful day at that. I want to welcome again everybody watching today on Racing America. They'll be joining us for 6 or 7 of our marquee events throughout this season. Next Saturday, we're going to our nighttime racing or evening racing, 5 p.m. start time next Saturday, May 30th. It'll be mainly karting night as our friends from up the road at LST Motorsports Park will be joining us. We'll have senior champ go-kart racing here on the front stretch, along with several kids with their karts on display over in the concourse area. And Steve Perry will take over Victory Lane as he always does. And we continue our partnership with the good folks at Mainly Karting. Yeah, this guy was a 2-time feature winner last year, including winning the coveted cowboy hat and buckle. And he goes to the winner of the Strictly Shootout. And a convincing win this afternoon. He also races in Group 1 in our Super Street division, so well-versed young man finding Victory Lane for the first time here in 2026. So let's send things trackside. Nick Huff has got your top 3.
And Landon Tapley's climbing out, folks. Make some noise. Second feature win for this guy. And he kind of wins on special days. I mean, you won the shootout, and now you're winning on Coastal 200 Day. I know it wasn't extra laps, but it's in front of a stellar crowd, Landon. How's it feel? You're really catching on to these Strictly Streets, aren't you?
Yeah, I know it feels pretty good. Cars, that was insane. I didn't think I'd get the 29. I knew he was pretty good all day, and we just figured it out, I guess. I don't know.
Who do you want to thank? I know that so many people help you on this 25 Camaro.
Yeah, I got to thank my mom, my dad, MG and Sheree, especially MG being on the radio, keeping me calm, telling me to hit my marks each and every week. Can't do without him. My girlfriend, her sister, my brother, Colby, Josh's family, Tucker Chevrolet, Best Life Nutrition, Sean Smith Welding, Coastal Race Trav, Broadco Builders, PBJ Storage, Bully Box, Ralph's Homes, Households Water Treatment, Bruce and Cheryl Dawson, my Nana, my Papa, and everybody who helps me out. Thank you, guys.
Landon Tapley, folks, career win number 2. And Josh St. Clair. What do you think, Josh? Were you hoping for a caution?
Yeah, yellow would have been good. And Troy Patterson said if I wore the Wellman paving hat, he'd give me 500 if I made it to Victory Lane. So he didn't say what division. So he owes me 500. Now I'm going to change that. But, yeah, Landon's always good. I always love racing here. I love the kids. I love all of it. It's been a terrible few weeks back home with Searsmont and all that. So on the fire, I know a lot of people that work over there, and it's just a terrible thing. So my thoughts go to all that Robbins family and all them guys. They're just great people, and it sucks. So, but, yeah, I got to thank Dave's World, all the people over there that helped me, you guys for putting on the show, the Jordans for putting this place together. It's an incredible place to race. And all you and Ken and the guys that do all the work behind the scenes. So on to the next one. It's pretty quick. We'll see if we can get back.
Yeah, that's right, folks. We're not done seeing Josh St. Clair yet. He's going to be in the Coastal 200. But for now, it's second place in the Strictly Streets. And this guy gets third after a rude awakening to Wiscasset Speedway on opening day, Tyler Jordan. Quite the redemption. I'm sure you're satisfied with third.
Yeah, it wasn't a great opening day, but I think we bounced back. We had good speed, just a little bit short, so we can come back next race.
Yeah, we are glad to have you here at Maine's biggest and fastest. Who do you got to thank for helping you on this 29 ride?
Conley's Plumbing and Heating, Fogg's Construction, huge thank you to Donnie and Omar Coprit, Levitt Racing and Fabrication, Old Port Tools, and Tom's Lobster Pound. Thank you to all the fans for coming out and Wiscasset for taking us in.
All right, that's Tyler Jordan, folks, wrapping up your Strictly Street top 3 on Coastal 200 weekend at Wiscasset Speedway. Josh St. Clair comes home with runner-up honors, and Landon Tapley gets Strictly Street feature win number 2 to his resume. That's going to do it one more time down here in Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane on Coastal Weekend. Coastal Auto Parts has 30 locations across the state of Maine.
You can find the closest one near you at www.capnapa.com for Coastal Auto Parts. And we'll send it back up to Ken Minot for the next division.
All right, thank you, Nick, and congrats to our top three in Victory Lane. As we roll on to the show, we're going to bring out the Wicked Good Vintage Hobby Division for their 25-lap feature race today. Here, Wendy calling the shots over on the pit side, getting the divisions ready for us.
Here I come in my 57, she's a real lowrider. Paid perfection with a custom engine painted black with flames. Ain't nobody gonna call that higher octane.
Hey, folks, we still have some programs available downstairs. Be sure to get yours, your Coastal 200 souvenir program, and also more of the Coastal 200 t-shirts. So still more available for you. Is Nick going to push him? All right, this will give us a moment to throw out some names here in this race. We got Mark Bowie in the P38. 05 Alan Dakin, the one driven by Paul Fauquet. The 44 is the ageless Dean Grant. The 21, Richard Stubbs. Addison Bowie is in the number 38. Johnny Black, former Wiscasset Speedway street stock champion, in that number 77. Actually, John's going to be running the pace car a little bit this season, helping out Barry Wright. Barry Morris, sorry about that. Keith Smalley's in the 10. Is he even out there? No, he's on the list, but Chris Ogilvie in the 55. He's no stranger to victory lane here, so let's get some vintage racing underway. I believe it was 1986 that Johnny Black won the Strictly title, the street stock title here at Wiscasset. Always love having the Bowie brothers out here. Addison toward the tail end of the field in the number 38. The P38 is his brother Mark Bowie. And their dad, I believe it's their dad going into the Maine Motorsports Hall of Fame this year. Again, a lot of these cars either replicas of cars that have, or restorations of cars that have raced the tracks here of the Northeast back in the day. Oh, problem for the D5. He gets it up out of the groove, thankfully. But his day is done. Unfortunately, not under power, so he's going to have to get a push the rest of the way. Or if there is power, there ain't much there anymore.
All right, folks, I think me and Ken have been slacking on our sponsors up here, so I just want to give a shout out to those that help out our weekly programs, including the Strictly Streets that just finished up. They are brought to you each and every week by Portland Glass Company, where it's a fast fix done right at Portland Glass. When a rock hits your windshield or a window at home needs replacing, you want it fixed fast and fixed right. That's why Mainers trust Portland Glass. From auto glass repairs to home window repairs, doors, and custom glass projects, their team delivers quality that you can see. Did you know there's 12 locations of Portland Glass Company across the state of Maine? Not just in Portland. Portland Glass Company, doing it right here in Maine. You can find more on the web at portlandglass.com.
Also want to give a shout out to all our lap sponsors for the Coastal 200, all the folks that have stepped up. A lot of people putting laps down in memory of somebody special, some businesses as well, and just some super fans that want their name on our biggest race of the season. We've got them all listed in the souvenir program and on our Facebook page as well. So thank you as always for the support. Got some businesses that have stepped up to sponsor some laps. HF Motorsports kicking in a $1,000 halfway liter bonus today. And a couple other random contingency prizes that are going out for various running positions during the race.
Up next is going to be our Wiscasset Speedway Sport Modified class. Brought to you by Creative Cleanouts by Josh. At Creative Cleanouts by Josh, take back your space the right way. If your garage, basement, or spare room has turned into a someday project, call Creative Cleanouts by Josh. He handles junk removal, estate cleanouts, rental turnovers, and he makes sure items are recycled, donated, or disposed of responsibly whenever possible. Take back your space and feel good about where it all goes with Creative Cleanouts by Josh, serving Mid-Coast Maine.
Did have a little fluid put down by that 05, and you got that scrubbed in at the top of the track there on the back stretch, so we should be ready to get back at it in just a moment. Wicked Good making one of a couple appearances this season. The hobby class will actually be here with us at the end of June. We've got the Heritage and Horsepower Festival happening here at Wiscasset Speedway on Sunday, June 28th. We'll be racing the night before, and then over on the pit side, we're going to have a big car show, kind kind of a carnival atmosphere, stuff for the kids. We're even going to have a dunk tank, Nick. We're going to have Dunk Your Favorite Driver. And the first person I went to talk to was Logan Melcher. Actually, we got a little challenge from him and some of the buddies there to see who can talk the best smack and perhaps raise the most money for the Maine Vintage Race Car Association. And some of the wicked good guys will be there, the Senior Tour Auto Racers, the Atlantic Coast Old Timers, also modern race cars too. We're going to put together a display from race cars all the way through the decades. So if you're part of a car club, motorcycle club, whatever, bring it down. If it's about horsepower, come and show it off here at the Heritage and Horsepower Festival, Sunday, June 28th. Back underway with Mark Bowie showing the way. I mentioned his dad, Don Bowie, is the one going into the Maine Motorsports Hall of Fame. Addison starting to come up through the inside. Got a pair of 38s on the low side of the racetrack. One of the cool things we do with the Heritage and Horsepower Festival is at the end of the day we have race car rides. And a couple of the guys that have been nice enough to bring kids around this racetrack in their cars are the Bowie brothers. So if you got a youngster that wants to feel what it's like to ride around Maine's fastest track, that's a great opportunity. Bobby Simons in the 182. He's driven a whole handful of different race cars here at Wiscasset Speedway in the vintage ranks. Johnny Black is off the pace in the 77. Looks like Dean Grant took a ride up there to see if he was okay, and everything looks good. Dean paid for the whole track. He's going to use it today. Coming down to a two-man race with Bobby Simons and Addison Bowie first and second. Chris Ogilvie has brought the 55 up into the third spot with a 21 close behind, but it's these two right here that have kind of taken off with the show. Leaders now starting to pick their way through some of the lap traffic. And that actually gives Addison Bowie the chance to take over the lead and pass his brother at the same time. Five laps to go, and they come to the stripe this time. Bobby Simons all of a sudden off the pace in the 182. So that'll change things up a little bit. One more time around for Addison Bowie. And there's the checkered flag. Folks, if you're looking for a value, variety, and a true Maine shopping experience, take the adventure to Rennie's, a Maine adventure. From clothing for every season to home goods, snacks, gifts, and everyday essentials, Rennie's has the brand you trust at prices you keep your wallet happy. Whether you're gearing up for a work day, the weekend, or a day at the track, Rennie's has something for everyone, and you'll never know what treasure you'll find next. Shop smart, shop local at Rennie's, a Maine adventure. All right, we may end up with interviewing just our top two in this one. Our winner has arrived second place, creeping into Victory Lane here along Victory Lane Road, and I guess we lost our third place car. But let's send things down to Nick in Victory Lane with Addison Bowie, your winner.
And Addison Bowie climbs out, folks. Make some noise for the 38. Hey, Addison, you and Bobby Simons really put on a good show,
Well,
slicing and dicing through some lap traffic. Tell us about that lapper.
Last year I got involved with lap traffic and it hurt me. This time it helped me, so what goes around comes around.
Yeah, did you have as much fun as it looked?
Oh, it was fun. Thank my number one sponsor, my wife, Bonnie, for putting up with me. We don't have a lot of other people that help, but just a wicked good. And we thank Wiscasset for having us up here. We enjoy it.
All right, glad you had some fun in the 38 ride with a good sportsman-like battle with Bobby Simons. Bobby, what happened there in the closing? You really dropped off the pace.
Well, I looked up. I thought that was a checkered flag. I thought I'd done it, and I let out of it, and then they kept going. I'm like, I guess that weren't it.
I mean, I can understand if that was like the white flag, but I think there was still like 5 to go.
Yeah, that's too bad. I could have beat that thing. No problem.
You were just toying with him?
I was just playing to that thing. Easy peasy right there.
I don't think he's listening. Hey, who do you got to thank, though? It was still a fun show to watch.
Oh, yeah. Thank all these folks for coming out and watching us, and track for having us here. It's a good time for us.
All right, Bobby Simons in the 182. Unfortunately, he thought that it was the checkered with still about 5 laps to go. Bobby Simons and Addison Bowie, your top 2 for these wicked good vintage racers this evening. As we prepare for the sport mods coming up next. But we'll get these guys up here in front of Addison Bowie's Chevrolet for some top 2 photos in Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane one more time. Coastal Auto Parts was established in 1981, and they have over 30 Napa locations across the state of Maine. We thank them for supporting our Victory Lane at Wiscasset Speedway. We'll send it back up to Ken Minot.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. And here come the Creative Cleanout Modifieds. Squad ready to go the regular 30-lap distance this afternoon with Kyle Hewins at the point out of Oxford. He'll have Faith Cleaves lined up to the outside. Faith is from Durham. Then comes Scott Tucker in the number 79 from Winthrop. Rookie Jackson Moorside will line up alongside of him in the 88 out of Arundel. Multi-time champion Adam Chadbourne in the number 1 out of Woolwich. Your opening day winner, the rookie in the number 39 out of Hope, that is Alec Brown. And your reigning Wiscasset Modified champion in the 77 is Reed Reno. Reed's been off running the Pro All-Star Series tour and has found some success already this season, winning on opening day. And good to have him back home here at Wiscasset Speedway. Probably one of the most successful families in this track's history. All 4 generations of the Reno family are champions at this track. Reed, his father Nick Reno, his grandfather Steve Reno, and his great-grandfather and Hall of Famer Lawrence Reno. All champions at this track. Kyle Hewins, by virtue of his heat win, will start at the pole position with Faith Cleaves on the outside. Tucker and Moorside right behind. Chadbourne starts 5th. Here we go. Dave Sturgis gives him the green. Kyle Hewins had been mired back in traffic back on opening day and in the heat race today, but has some clear racetrack ahead to play around with this afternoon in the feature. Kyle, as we mentioned, a former Strictly Street champion and two-time winner of the Strictly Shootout. He'll race pretty much whatever he can get his hands on. Pair of rookies ganging up on Faith Cleaves right now. Jackson Moorside on the back bumper and Alec Brown working up on the top side. Adam Chadbourne now with a little bit of elbow room in the one. Passes Brown on the low side and will now look to the top side of Jackson Moorside. Scott Tucker loops the 79, but able to get it back on solid ground and drive away as the leaders come through 3 and 4. Adam Chadbourne even up with the 89 of Faith Cleaves. Scott Tucker will call it an early race and head down pit road. Good side-by-side battle, but a full straightaway behind your leader, Kyle Hewins. Hewins has built up a lead of nearly 2.5 seconds. Faith Cleaves got a little out of shape and some contact with Jackson Moorside, but the kid able to hang on and holds a solid steering wheel to grab that third spot. Cleaves back to fourth. Faith Cleaves, that car getting really loose once again, and Reed Reno almost collected her. But she's able to drive away, but is now outside the top 5. Checking lap times now between Hewins and Chadbourne. Adam's been a tenth or two faster the last couple laps, but Kyle's got himself a big lead and can kind of preserve a little bit for the closing laps of the race. Halfway this time by, 15 down, 15 to go. Yeah, last couple laps, Kyle Hewins back up on the wheel and 0.3 faster each of the last 2 laps. Had misspoken a little earlier saying that Scott Delano was the car owner, but actually it's Scott's brother Wayne Delano that owns the car along with Dustin Delano, but Scott being a big contributing part of that race team. Faith Cleaves' problems continue for that 89. She is off the pace on the backstretch, and her day may end early. Tough break for Faith as she had a solid ride early in the race. but she will drop out with 10 laps to go. These guys turning laps in the low 16-second range right now. Chadbourne 16-1, Hewins 16-2. Reed Reno has not had a chance to get a shot of that 88 car of Jackson Moorside. That young man looking to get his second podium of the season. Five laps to go on the number 21. That interval has leveled out right at about 3 seconds between Hewins and Chadbourne. 2.5 seconds back to Moorside in the 88. I'm sure Adam would like to see a caution and be able to race heads up against Hewins. But Kyle has been in charge of this one right from the drop of the green flag. Two laps to go on the number 21. Another strong run from Jackson Moorside in the 88. He was last year's four-cylinder pro champion and has graduated nicely into the modifieds here. Checkers fly for Kyle Hewins. He'll get the feature win with Adam Chadbourne ways back in second. Jackson Moorside will finish in third. Kyle Hewins picking up his 10th career win here at Wiscasset Speedway. As I mentioned, he is a two-time Strictly Street champion, two-time winner of the Strictly Shootout. But his first win in this level of competition. Actually, last year, Kyle got himself a ride and raced in the Coastal 200 last year with a respectable 9th place finish. And again, now while it's quiet, I'll pass along a correction. I mentioned earlier Scott Delano owning the car. Actually, it's his brother Wayne Delano owns the car, and Dustin and Scott, big help on that as well. And Scott nice enough to sponsor some laps in the Coastal 200 as always and support that race. And Scott, a recent inductee into the Wiscasset Speedway Hall of Fame. But for Kyle Hewins, it's actually been quite some time. It's actually been 8 years since he's won a race here at Wiscasset Speedway. His last win coming in his championship season of 2018. So it's been 8 years since Kyle has brought the checkered flag here to Victory Lane. And as always, rolling right here into the most unique victory lane you'll find here in the Northeast. celebrating right here in front of the grandstands with you race fans. This guy, no stranger to wins. Again, 10th career win here at Wiscasset Speedway. There's the Hall of Famer Scott Delano down there to congratulate. And let's send things down to Nick Huff in Victory Lane.
And ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Hewins is going to make one person very happy on the premises with over a $1,000 payday for the 50-50. Get those 50-50 tickets ready. $1,089 going to somebody. But first, make some noise for Kyle Hewins. All right, Kyle, opening day was not very good for you. Then the heat race didn't start out very good for you, but the feature finally played out in your favor here. Got some redemption at Wiscasset, huh?
Yeah, it's good to be back. I love this place. It's a real driver's track. A little bit of patience will go a long way with these guys. Yeah, last week weren't planned. I pushed the issue. I took responsibility for that. Not a good way to try to earn respect, but that's how it goes, and we had a talk, and everything's good now. We'll see how we do from the back next week. I know not a ton of cars, but it's still hard to get around some of these guys. I got a ton of people I got to thank, a million sponsors that I'm probably going to forget some of them.
Here, Kyle. Oh, there you go. Take the mic.
First, I got to thank Eric Tatro, Port City Race Cars. He's the entire reason this car goes the way it does, and I got to thank the Delanos for owning the thing and letting me drive it. It was completely on rails tonight. I got to thank Mid-Coast Payroll and Accounting, Hawkeye Refrigeration, Mid-Coast Waterproofing, Above and Beyond, Mid-Coast Diesel, Charlie's Honda, Reggie's Skidoo, Lash Lobster, Kennebec Medical, Sisu Masonry, Dow Furniture, A&A Shellfish, Mike's Auto, Grinders Transport, Dunbar Tree Service, ABI Masonry, Performance Paving, Whippers Pizza, Winthrop House of Pizza, Hatches Auto, Tyler's Towing, Four Season Power Sports. I got Design Agricultural Heating, Parks Performance, Brazer Trap Company, Swift Storage, Amy Simons, Pooley's Realtor Group, Mac Attack. Just all the guys, everybody that helps me, Scotty doing the tires, Joe came today and helped. Scott, Wayne, Andy, everybody that helps us. This thing's unbelievable.
All right, folks, get out those 50-50 tickets. We're going to give away $1,089, and Kyle Hewins is going to pluck out the winning ticket. And we got Adam Chadbourne back here. He won one already. He's second here in the modifieds. And, well, Adam, I'm sure you were hoping for a caution, huh? What do you think?
Yeah, I was hoping for a caution, but I think he was just a tick better. We were getting pretty free towards the end of it. It was a good run. I guess that's it. I gotta thank my sponsor.
Just thank some people. How about that?
Yeah, I gotta thank my crew for coming. Thank everybody for showing up this weekend. I gotta thank Ben Shutt Realtor, Lynn Springs Service, Bearded Builder, Shop to Shore Carpentry, Dresden Takeout, Central Maine Seal Coating, Shoreline Detail Pros, Norm's Used Cars, Midcoast Glass and Window, Koenig's Auto Clinic, Aftermarket F&I, and Napa.
All right, Adam Chadbourne, folks, comes home with runner-up honors. And how about this guy, Jackson Moorside? He's kind of a rookie. He had a couple races, or one race last year. So, yeah, I guess you're a rookie, Jackson. And is this your first modified top three?
No, I had one last week, but this is second, so that's pretty nice. I'm happy to be here. I thought I could have had something for second. I thought I was catching him for a second there, and then I just got too loose and couldn't get him.
Yeah, you had to pull a pretty aggressive move on Faith to get up to third, didn't you? And it kind of wasted some time, didn't it?
Yeah, I was trying to not to get in there. I think I just got too antsy. That's my bad.
All right, well, who do you got to thank for helping you on this beautiful piece?
My dad, my mom, Joe and Jacoby Maines, Johnny, Julia, Jake, my grandparents, Caleb, Wolf Auto Service, past and present. That's not Perfect Fit is what I meant to say. Sam Snow Construction, Maddie, Colby, and I think that's it. Stefan Pelletier and Sons Drywall.
All right, make some noise for Jackson Moorside, folks. And who are we going to make a winner? I got a second place prize also to give away, so don't get rid of those tickets. But first, we got this red ticket, 930-57690. 930-57690. Come see Sarah in Victory Lane. Red ticket, $1,089. And hold on to those tickets. I got another prize to give away later.
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up. Let's go see the elephant. When I'm a road runner, honey.
Roadrunners on the track now to run their regular 25-lap distance this afternoon. This is the final feature before the Coastal 200. I want to thank Ames True Value Supply for sponsoring our 50-50 as always. Wayne Averill and the whole family up the road on Route 1 at Wiscasset. Maine's biggest True Value store. If they don't have it, you probably don't need it and maybe have never heard of it. And a big thank you to Ames True Value Supply, our 50-50 sponsor this season, kicking in an extra $200 on the jackpot every week. That was a red ticket, 930-57690. Come see Sarah and Amy here at the Grandstand Tower. Hayden Carver and Dylan York get it started up front with Paul Hopkins and Jason Meservey on row 2. Jarity and Carl Conan on row 3. Kerrigan Glazier and Jason Sears on row 4. Gavin Giroux and Allison Graffam on row 5. Guy Williams and Parker Doucette on row 6. Jason Main and James Grover on row 7. And Lucas Bickford fills out the field. All right, no winner yet on the 50-50. They're checking the pit side as well. In the meantime, Roadrunners all over the racetrack. Everyone chasing Hayden Carver picked up his first checkered flag of his career with the heat win. Looking to do one better here with the feature. James Grover using a lot of the racetrack up on the high side, making it 3 wide. Actually close to 4 wide. Kerrigan Glazier going after third now as she gets by the 11 of Jason Sears. Carver with the lead. Dylan York, the only one able to keep him in sights at this point with a couple car lengths back. Kerrigan Glazier now all alone in third. Your opening day winner, Gavin Giroux, is up to fourth. Paul Hopkins back to fifth. Checking speeds right now. Right now, Carver the fastest on the track, but starting to push a little bit in the turn. Eight laps complete across the line this time for Hayden Carver. They've struggled in the early going this season, but he has definitely put things together this afternoon as he pursues his first career win. Trouble on turn number 3 as the 8 got together with the 66. Both drivers able to pull away, though. That's Parker Doucette in the 8 and Jason Main in the 66. Things starting to tighten up now for third place as Gavin Giroux is up on the top side, racing wheel to wheel with Kerrigan Glacier for third, and will hit halfway this time by the stripe. Get the 3 of Guy Williams up to the wall in turn 1 with the contact. We go automatic red flag. And Mike Carlton will be first on the scene to check on our driver. All right, Mike, you say we got a thumbs up from our driver. Not the way he wanted his race to end, but driver's okay. So we'll get him back under caution pace and get the lineup going with 14 complete out of 25.
Yeah, I think that's his first time ever at Wiscasset Speedway, Ken, and that incident was all by himself. Definitely something broke on the right front, probably just a flat tire or maybe a ball joint folded under, and he could not turn it. He locked up the brakes, had the wheel cranked all the way to the left, and that thing just would not turn. So very unfortunate for Guy Williams on his first maiden voyage to Wiscasset. But in the meantime, I'll take this opportunity to rattle off some Kids Club winners. If you hear your name, make sure to go see Penny and the gang at the Kids Club. How about Braxton Shears, Emily Babine, Alexander Campbell Walsh, Emmett Moody, Liliana Crocher, and Emerson Moody. One more time, it's Braxton Shears, Emily Babine, Alexander Campbell Walsh, Emmett Moody, Liliana Crocher, and Emerson Moody. Head on down to see Penny and the gang at the Kids Club. All right, folks, we did find our $1,000+ 50-50 winner. Congratulations to Jeremy Goulet, going home with a big wad of cash in his pocket. But I want to give away something else. I got a little bit of Hoosier Racing Tire swag and a Sweets and More gift card. And it's going to go to this green ticket, 930-59583. Green ticket, 930-59583. Come and see me up in the booth if that's your ticket.
Also, Nick, while we get a chance, I get to give a shout out and a big thank you to Kyle Marquis and all the gang from the Sebasticook Masonic Lodge for helping with parking once again this year. They enthusiastically jump up to help out every year with the Coastal and the Boss Hog. We appreciate them, and it's our pleasure to support their efforts with the Masonic Lodge. So our Pro Body Works cleanup will take place with the folks with AC Towing.
Looking for green ticket, 930-59583. Come and see me at the booth if that's your ticket. 930-59583.
Want to remind you that the Roadrunners are proudly sponsored by Dale's Cash Fuel, where everything starts with service, quality, and trust. Dale's Cash Fuel delivers the right products at affordable prices on time, so your home stays warm all year long. Their customer service team and drivers are experienced and dependable and always ready to help with your heating oil needs. They have autofill service and flexible delivery options. You can count on Dale's Cash Fuel to keep you from running out when it matters most. Dale's Cash Fuel in Richmond, covering central and southern Maine. Support the businesses that support Wiscasset Speedway.
I got a couple of birthday wishes to rattle off. How about a happy birthday to Carol Glidden yesterday. Happy birthday, Carol Glidden. Happy birthday to Camden Sear, 12 years young. Happy birthday, Camden Sear. Happy birthday to Brenda, 60 years young today. Brenda is 60 today. Happy birthday.
And I got to give a shout out to, I didn't get to wish her a happy birthday back at the beginning of the season. Mona Greenleaf, happy birthday back at late April. We love you. Glad you're here with us. Hayden Carver back on the hammer. And your opening day winner, Gavin Giroux, from the back of the field, up to challenge now for second. Carver drifts up wide, opens the whole bottom of the racetrack for Gavin Giroux. And here comes Kerrigan up the inside rail as well. Kerrigan Glazier. She will bring Jason Sears with her to third. Hayden Carver had a great first half of the race, but is struggling on the outside. Black flag out on the number 8 of Doucette. Parker Doucette heads down pit road and under the instruction of the black flag. And Gavin Giroux now putting some distance between himself and the rest of the pack. I mentioned the opening day winner actually finished third to the Woodards. Seth Woodard, and then his father took the top two. It was Gavin Giroux in third on opening day. But he was a 3-time winner last year. 5 laps to go. Second, third, and fourth still up for grabs. Glazier's got it. Jason Sears right in her tire tracks. And don't count out Dylan York in the 7X, although he caught the curb in turn 1, lost a little momentum. Half a straightaway lead and 2 laps to go now for Gavin Giroux. And a problem for Dylan York. His issues continue. With a white flag and one more time around to go. Checkered flag flies. Gavin Giroux will get the win. Kerrigan Glazier second. Jason Sears third. Hayden Carver still turns in a career best fourth place finish. And Dylan York, despite his troubles over the last couple laps, finishes in fifth. Would Peter Taylor come down to victory lane, please? Peter Taylor. As the Roadrunners make their way around Victory Lane Road to meet us here in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane, our pit crews are going to start making their way out to set up in the infield. And with that, let's send things down to Nick Huff one more time in Victory Lane.
And Gavin Giroux climbs out of the 0-2, makes some noise. Yes, very, very nice salute there, Gavin. This thing was on rails today. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we had a real good car. The heats didn't real work out good for us, but we have a good car this year. And it's been a long week for race fans, tough one. Thoughts go out to the Kyle Busch family and all the fans, and we had a good car. So,
anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to start off with Chip Farrington on the car, my dad, Skowhegan Tire, Miss Moo Moo's Plate Care, R&J Properties, North Country Car Wash, and I'm sure there's a few more that I'm forgetting, but.
All right, that's Gavin Giroux, ladies and gentlemen, winning the Roadrunner feature on Coastal 200 Day. And Kerrigan Glacier, again, nice run for you. I think second was right what you had for a car today. Didn't quite have enough for Gavin, but you and Jason were almost neck and neck in the heat and the feature today. He was all over that rearview mirror.
Yeah, I don't know what we have to do to catch up to these Celicas, but man, they're fast. And good racing with Jason Sears. He's a nice, clean driver. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's right. It's a Toyota Celica dominated class, and you've got a Chevy Cobalt. So you sticking with this thing next year, or what do you think the plan is?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, who do you want to thank, Kerrigan?
I'm going to thank Survey Inc., Corey Singer from Realty of Maine, Harriman Racing, my mom, my dad, Delno Motorsports, and I think that's going to wrap it.
All right, Kerrigan Glazier with runner-up honors this evening. And again, Jason Sears, same in the heat and the feature. She was just right there, a car length or two out of reach. I mean, what's it going to take to beat her?
Her to finally not hit her marks.
She's very consistent.
Oh, she is wicked consistent. And she stays just up enough to not allow me to get my nose on the outside. Because she says that these are hard to catch, but that Cobalt of hers does pretty darn good.
Yes, it does. Jason, glad to have you up here in the top 3. Who do you want to thank on the 11 ride?
I got to thank my wife, Christy, my nephew, Caden, his buddy, Noah, Old Stuff Construction Plus, Audette's Automotive and Salvage, and the Jordan family for allowing us and having us a place to race.
All right, that's going to do it, folks. Jason Sears wraps up the top 3 for the Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunners. Kerrigan Glazier with runner-up honors, and Gavin Giroux in the Farrington-owned number 02, victorious on Coastal 200 Day. In Napa, Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane at Maine's biggest and fastest track. We are preparing for opening ceremonies for the 2026 installment of the Coastal 200, Maine's premier late model race. $15,000 to win coming up next with a $1,000 halfway bonus. Ken Minot, I'll send it back up to you, my man.
All right, thank you very much, Nick Huff. Congrats to our top 3, and as you see, preparations underway. We will be getting our driver introductions and everything set in just a little bit here at Wiscasset Speedway.
All right, partner. Keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for our main event today. Our Pepsi Spotlight is of the course, the Coastal 200, presented by Colebrook Trailer, GT Overhead Door, CLH & Son, and Nitro Trailers. As we do every Memorial Day weekend, this is a tradition, and we are having some special guests in the house as always. So if we could please have all veterans and active duty military in the house, please stand up and wave and be recognized so we can thank you for your service to our country. Thank you. And now to meet our drivers for today's Coastal 200. Starting from the 21st position, don't tell this guy he can't race because he's here in the house today, 78 years young and still getting it done. And the number 14 out of Liberty, Maine Hall of Famer and Wiscasset Hall of Famer, Boss Hog, Dave St. Clair. In the 20th starting position, driving car number 13 from Fairfield, welcome Chase Burgess. In the 19th starting position, driving car number 32 from Ocala, Florida, welcome back Zach Harris. Starting in the 18th position, driving car number 88 from Cornville, welcome David Getchell. Starting 17th and driving car number 28 from Steuben, welcome J.R. Robinson. In the 16th starting position, driving car number 26 from Vassalboro, welcome Brent Roy. To the 15th starting position, driving the 00M from Woolwich, welcome Nick Morton. Starting 14th, driving car number 93 from New Smyrna, Florida, welcome Jerry Simons. In the 13th starting position, driving car number 51 from Liberty, welcome Ryan St. Clair. In the 12th starting position is a former driver of the year and late model champion from Waldoboro. Welcome Will Collins in the number 25. In the 11th starting position, driving the number 72 from New Vineyard, welcome Bigfoot Ben Nile. To row number 5 on the outside, starting in the 10th position, driving the 00 from Walpole, welcome Alex Waltz. Starting 9th, driving the number 05 from Richmond, welcome Brett Osmond. Starting 8th is a 7-time champion and 2-time winner of the Coastal 200. In the number 14 from Liberty, welcome Josh St. Clair. Starting 7th, driving the 7B from Hartford, welcome Ben Burgess. To row number 3 on the outside, starting in 6th, from Oxford, in car number 24, welcome Jonathan Emerson. Inside of row number 3, starting in the 5th position, driving the number 34 from Waterville, welcome Ashton Burgess. Row number 2 on the outside, starting in 4th. Driving car number 7 from Carmel, welcome DC Alexander. To his inside, starting in the 3rd position, winner of heat number 3. From Swanville in the number 5, welcome Troy Patterson. And on the front row, starting in 2nd, winner of heat number 2 in the number 39, from Pittsfield, welcome Chad Dow. And at the pole position, winner of heat number 1 in the number 15, from Pittston, welcome Frank Moulton. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you all please rise, if able. Remove your hats and direct your attention to the flag in the middle of the infield. Before we do our invocation, we ask at this moment if you would join us in a moment of silence for 2 members of the racing community that we lost this week. First of all, we honor the memory of NASCAR star Kyle Busch, one of the best to ever hold a wheel and a man who left this sport in a better place because he was such a big part of it. Also this week, we lost a special member of the Wiscasset Speedway family as Gordon Mike Kimball tragically died in an accident earlier this week. He was a member of the 2024 class of the Wiscasset Speedway Hall of Fame with many wins here, including a 15-win season in 1994. Would you please pause for a moment for Kyle Busch and Mike Kimball? Thank you. Here to deliver our invocation, a member of the VFW and a member of the Wiscasset Speedway Hall of Fame class of 2024, Mr. Peter Taylor.
Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you've given us. We thank you for the Jordans for providing this beautiful facility for us to enjoy our favorite sport and the entertainment we get here. We thank you for the family, the fans that we have, and for getting them here today safely. Lord, we ask you to watch over these drivers today as they compete in a fair facility and give them patience and perseverance. And we ask for a safe return for all of your children today as we leave the track. In your holy name, amen.
Drivers, prepare your cars for competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Folks, we have a black pickup truck, license plate 609 FBX. You're blocking people in and they need to be moved, please. Black pickup license 609 FBX needs to be moved immediately, please. Oh yeah, folks, I forgot, this is a Kennebec equipment rental back to the front race. Let's see if Nick can find a driver willing to give up their starting position to pocket an extra $100 and maybe make up to $500 in bonus money. And I figured it would take a little while. Ben Nile is going to do it. thank Kennebec Equipment Rental for stepping up once again to provide our Back to the Front challenge. All right, folks, our drivers are ready. Are you ready? Let's sing that. Nick, they need to do better. See if you can get these guys wound up a little bit.
What, you want me to get the crowd warmed up again? All right, before
didn't sound
Noah
like
does
they
the
were
command,
ready.
we got to get you guys louder. You can do better than that. Come on. Let's go. Yeah, that was all him, not me. All right, Noah, take it away.
Drivers, start your engines!
Trouble already for Dave St. Clair as the car not running. He's actually going to bring it down pit road. St. Clair behind the wall. We'll go with 20 cars. Looks like we're taking the green. All right, folks. This time by the grandstands. Let's wave those hats, wave those hands, and send your favorite drivers off with best wishes for a safe and successful race. $40,000 on the table, $15,000 to win, late model sportsman action, and the Coastal 200 coming up next. Field crossing over, and this is a 6-tire race, so drivers have a couple of tires to throw on these cars for the second half of the race. Nothing yet from Dave St. Clair, so race director Scott Chabuk is just trying to check and see what the plan is to see if they can get St. Clair back in the race, but we are going to go green here in just a moment. Usually that pit window is somewhere, some guys will go a little early around lap 80 if the opportunity's there. Some will try to stretch it out, stay in the lead pack and stretch it out till about 120. Sometimes someone will run the whole 200 laps on one set of tires. Lights are off on the Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang pace car. Frank Moulton and Chad Dow are ready to get this one underway. All clear. Dave Sturgis checking him over. Pace car in. Green flag is out. The Coastal 200 is underway. Let's see if these guys can settle in a good green flag groove. Keep the car under them and get it to the end. A long race ahead. Only previous winner of the race is Josh St. Clair. Everyone else is searching for their first Coastal 200 victory. So the odds are pretty good. We may have our first-time winner of the 200. Last year's champion Daniel Harding not here. Things starting to settle down up front. Mid-pack is where the action is at right now, with Ben Burgess in a battle with Alex Waltz and Ryan St. Clair. Waltz tiptoeing around the outside of that number 7 of Ben Burgess. Put Waltz up into the 8th position. Ryan St. Clair getting out around the 7 as well. Frank Moulton had to replace the clutch in that number 15 car after first round of practice. And he's testing things out. May need that second groove later in the race. But that's going to open up the bottom side for Chad Dow, although Moulton able to pull away a car length onto the backstretch. Chad Dow underneath, but again, Moulton overpowers him out of turn 2. Little momentum built up on the top side there for the 15. He just picked that car up midway through last season and has got a couple of feature wins in it, including on opening day here in the 2026 season. Behind them is a battle for third place with Troy Patterson in the 5 and Ashton Burgess in the 34. Jonathan Emerson in the 24. He was fastest in all 3 rounds of practice today. He is just outside the top 5. Or actually, he's holding down 5th with Josh St. Clair in 6th behind him. Now Emerson sets up sail on the outside of Ashton Burgess. He'll pull up even with the 34. In the meantime, Chad Dow has taken command of the race. Around goes Brett Osmond and J.R. Robinson. That'll bring out the first caution of the race with 13 laps complete. That was a battle back around 14th and 15th between those two drivers. Brett Osmond, former Super Street champion, won it as a rookie 3 years ago. And we've had a couple leaders so far, and actually one of our top 5 coming down pit road, Jonathan Emerson, already heading in for adjustments on the 24. Early in the race, I doubt tires will be involved in this one, but the crew will come to the attention of the 24. They're pulling hood pins. Not a good sign when they already got to go under the hood. David Getchell on pit road as well in the 88. Now here in this race, you will not lose a lap under caution, but you will be lined up in the order that you come off of pit road. Here comes a few more. Ben Nile in the 72, J.R. Robinson in the 28, and Brett Osmond in the 05. Those last 2 cars were the ones involved in the caution. One of 2 races on the season where live pit stops in the infield. They're going under the hood on the number 05 as well. And Jonathan Emerson sitting there for a long time. They're calling for the hood, so they must be close to finishing adjustments on that number 24. But one of the heavy favorites in this race already needing work done on pit road. As I mentioned, Josh St. Clair in that number 14, the only driver with a previous Coastal 200 victory. Hood's back onto the 24. Hood's back onto the 05. They will rejoin the field. Not sure if Emerson or Osmond will be able to catch the field, but
Ashton Burgess in his second year as a late model is pretty respectable. DC Alexander as well got by Troy Patterson. And he, as well as having one of the best runs in a long-distance race of his career so far, 4th place. Patterson fills out your top 5 at the moment with pressure from the only previous winner of this event, Josh St. Clair in the 14. He is the only driver in the field that has won this race before. So unless he wins it, we are going to have a brand new winner of the Coastal 200. His brother, Ryan St. Clair, is right behind him in 7th in the 51. And then behind St. Clair in the 51, we've got our first side-by-side battle. Will Collins in the 25, Alex Waltz in the 00 for 8th position. Will Collins is going to take the spot, put that 25 up to 8th. Waltz threads the needle and gets in line across the nose of Nick Morton. Alex Waltz settles into 9th. Nick Morton rounds out your top 10. And back to the front we go. Frankie Moulton, he won on opening day, the only late model winner at Wiscasset Speedway in 2026. Currently leads the way. There is a bit of a race within a race here. Lap 100 is going to pay a $1,000 bonus. They're slowing the pace even more, with Frank Moulton currently turning 16 threes, and at the beginning of the race he was turning 15.7. So you're talking about over a half a second deficit from the initial part of the race to right now. They're slowing the pace and trying to preserve those tires. As I said, trying to keep Ashton Burgess, but we've got a spin in turn 3, bringing out the second caution of the event. And as I was talking about Frank Moulton and Chad Dow, they want to keep Ashton Burgess at bay. They don't want to check out to a commanding lead, but they want to keep him at a few car lengths reach just to keep this pace as slow as possible and preserve those tires. And so at the drop of the green, looks like they turn about 15.7, 15.8s. And then once they're comfortable out there with a cushion on 3rd place, they drop it down to 16.4s. J.R. Robinson involved in both cautions of the race so far.
Yeah, Ben Nile, the other driver involved in that one, and I think JR's trying to find his way back down pit road as soon as the traffic is clear. Emerson back on pit road, as well as a 05er Brett Osmond. They've already pitted once. They are back under the hood of the 24. David Getchell pitting for a second time. Mike Carlton tending to pit road. Ben Nile under the hood. They're putting that back down and ready to get him back underway. Codename Sasquatch. Robinson completes his service and or actually, nope, looks like he's pitted right there at the end of that backstretch pit stall. Ben Niles' service has finished, and he'll take his place at the tail end of the field. Only one left on pit road right now is that 28 of J.R. Robinson. First 26 laps in the books on this one. Lineup is set and just about ready to get back underway. Glad you could be here with us on this Memorial Day weekend at Wiscasset Speedway. Field crossed up, lights will go off at the line this time. Lead pair remain the same. They've switched places back again. Frank Moulton back on point with Chad Dow second. Ashton Burgess showing up nicely in the 34, running third. DC Alexander and Josh St. Clair complete your top five. Moulton back in charge, and Ashton coming up the inside rail to challenge Chad Dow for second. Burgess is going to keep Dow pinned to the outside, and that's going to bring a couple more cars into the picture with St. Clair and Alexander. Chad can't quite clear himself to the bottom. And DC coming into the picture too in the number 7. He started the race in 4th, and he's been right around the top 5 much of the race. No really big movers in this one yet. Three wide onto the front stretch. Will Collins cruising in the top side there in the number 25. Chad Dow and Ashton Burgess connect in turn 4, but Dow hangs on to secure second. That's going to put Ashton Burgess back to third. Side by side for 4th now with Josh St. Clair on the inside in the 14. Alexander outside in the 7. DC able to drive around Josh St. Clair and put himself back into 4th. In the meantime, Frank Moulton starting to check out a little bit. He's built up a lead of nearly 2 seconds over Chad Dow. Chad getting in a good rhythm and trying to save those tires. Now Josh St. Clair renews that battle with DC Alexander up on the high side. Maybe not liking the pace as Frank Moulton pulls away. St. Clair trying to make something happen. Gets rid of DC Alexander, now goes after Ashton Burgess. That lead is up over 2 seconds now, nearly a full straightaway for Frank Moulton, former late model champion. Josh settling it down back behind the number 34. Ran out there on the outside for a little while, but wasn't able to make any forward progress, so now he's going to follow Ashton Burgess. Troy Patterson drifting back in the field a bit. That number 5, he started this race in 3rd, and he is in danger of dropping outside the top 10. Gives over 9th to Will Collins. Frank Moulton, that 15 machine, you can barely hear it. It's a car he got off the hands of Logan Melcher middle of last season. Immediately won with the car, and he's got a couple other wins since then. including opening day of the 2026 season. Back for that battle for third. Josh St. Clair got a good run down the backstretch, able to get by Ashton Burgess and take over third. Put the 14 car into third. Burgess back to fourth. DC Alexander fifth. Ryan St. Clair runs in sixth with Alex Wall seventh. Will Collins is eighth. Troy Patterson ninth. And Ben Burgess runs in 10th right now, but he's about to try to take ninth away from Troy Patterson. Ben Nile in the 72 jumps onto pit road under green. That can't be good. He did make a $100 bonus by taking the back to the front challenge. And they are going back under the hood of the number 72. Frank Moulton now starting to pick his way through some lap traffic. Dave St. Clair is the next one in the crosshairs. That lead has stabilized about 2.5 seconds for Frank Moulton. .48 complete will make it 49 next time by the line. Nile is back underway but has lost several laps. Now finds himself four now. Five. Oh, he's taking it behind the wall. Ben Nile, the first one out of the race, and Alex Walt spins down the front stretch to bring out our third caution. They were just about to complete lap 50, but we'll stand at 49 complete. Not sure if Alex had any help, but not sure if he's going to need a push, but he's still sitting there in turn one, not moving. Race director Scott Jabuk calling for a push truck, and as more drivers hit pit road. Ben Nile, the first one out of the race.
Things were really starting to heat up for third, fourth, and fifth. Ashton Burgess, DC Alexander, and Ryan St. Clair, they had a couple scary situations where they all were tagging bumpers. DC Alexander was getting pretty aggressive on the rear bumper of Ashton Burgess, trying to get him to move up off the bottom, but then he actually went to the top side to try to pass in the second groove, and Ryan St. Clair snuck under him. DC clearly isn't handling very good up in the second groove, but he did make an effort, and Ryan St. Clair took the position away and capitalized. And that was actually fourth on back, as Josh St. Clair is our new third place sitter. Frank Moulton and Chad Dow had gotten pretty spaced out, checked out from the field, and Josh St. Clair, he's been the big mover, as Ken has talked about.
Yeah, not surprised to see Troy Patterson on pit road. He started this race third and really struggled, especially on the outside lane. They're under the car making adjustments. No tires thrown on that car yet, but they got to get some help for that 5 car. He finished top 5 in this race last year, and they're just about to send him off. No surprise the 5 was on pit road. A couple others pitting. Chase Burgess in the 13. You knew Alex Waltz probably would in the 00.
So it'll be interesting to see now that Josh St. Clair has broken free from the pack if he's got anything for that top 2 pair. Every initial start and restart has been with those same 2, Frank Moulton and Chad Dow.
will Josh St. Clair have anything for them? He's the new dance partner up in the top 3 for the first restart of his effort. All right, so that was caution number 3, brought out by the single car spin of Alex Waltz with no help at all. Just lost it on his own out of the final corner on the front stretch. So here we go, lights are out on the Norm's Used Cars pace car, Ford Mustang. And we are 1 lap shy of lap 50, just about 1/4 of the way through this race. Green, green, green. Another nice start for Frank Moulton. He quickly clears Chad Dow, and it is up to Josh St. Clair to rise to the challenge of the 39. It was a dead heat down the backstretch. Chad Dow coming in hot on the outside around turn 3 and 4. Nice drive by Chad Dow. He clears Josh St. Clair on the top side. Man, I didn't think he was going to be able to do that. It took him a lot longer to clear on the top side that last restart, but this time he did a really good job around Josh St. Clair, and he puts a car length in between them, and now Ashton Burgess is still right there. Ryan St. Clair as well. Josh St. Clair not quite pulling away from his brother and Ashton in the 34. Not pulling away from those guys, and also not keeping up with the top 2. Ashton Burgess drops out of the party. It is the brothers, Josh and Ryan, show for 3rd and 4th. Ashton Burgess loses another spot. Will Collins into the top 5. DC Alexander lost another spot or 2 on the restart, getting stuck on the top. He's back down to the bottom and trying to climb his way back. And he's going to follow Will Collins up through underneath Ashton Burgess. Burgess went from 4th and loses 3 spots now. No, 4 spots make it after the restart. Possibly make it 5 here with Nick Morton in the 00. He gets underneath Ashton Burgess. Burgess went from 4th to 8th after that restart. Ashton Burgess settles in up tight on the back bumper of Nick Morton and picks up the draft as they are side by side in the rearview mirror. Jonathan Emerson on the inside, Ben Burgess on the outside in the 7. Side by side for 9th position. Now Josh St. Clair is able to break free from the rest of the field as the tire temps come up, and he's catching back up to that 39. This time at the line, lap 60. We are on lap 60, and Chad Dow washes way high out of turn 4. Holy cow, went under the flag stand. Lost the grip on it coming out of the final corner and went way high on the front stretch, just giving up that spot to Josh St. Clair. Put that number 14 up to 2nd now. Frankie Moulton is in a different area code, folks. He toyed around with Chad Dow for the first 10 laps or so, but since then, there has been no competition for him. Frank Moulton's fastest lap time was a 15.7, and now he's dropped the pace to 16.4, just cruising in that 15 car on a Sunday drive. He's certainly capable of a 15.7, but he has slowed his pace over half a second. We've got a spin out of turn 4. It's the 93. of Jerry Simons, who was in 16th position. Jerry Simons, all the way from Florida, spins out of corner 4. No harm done. Caution number 4 in the Coastal 200 on lap 63. And finally, for the first restart, unless somebody heads down pit road that's unexpected, we'll have a new dance partner for Frankie Moulton. It's been Chad Dow the entire time, but this time Josh St. Clair is going to have a chance at that number 15.
3 more cars down pit road. Chase Burgess back for more service. David Getchell has been a regular visitor for pit service, and Simons, as you expect, coming in for service on the 93. That's actually an old late model Dave St. Clair used to race, and Jerry, a friend of Dave's from down in Florida, and nice enough to come up here to race the 200. One guy that's kind of quietly made his way back into contention of this one, at least into the top 10, that is Jonathan Emerson in the 24. He's had some timely cautions and is inside the top 10. Now Troy Patterson back on pit road. Brent Roy making his first stop for service in the number 26. Fourth caution, nothing major of any circumstance in this race as far as taking out any competitors. The only driver to drop out of the race at this point has been Ben Nile, and the actually J.R. Robinson as well. So that's 2 cars out of the race. Back underway, and Frank Moulton strong as always. He has been in command of this race, leading all but a couple laps. St. Clair, Josh that is, settles into second. Chad Dow third. Ryan got a little loose out of turn 2 that time, had to get out of the gas, and now has Will Collins to his inside. Frank Moulton, long-time racer here in Mid-Coast and Central Maine, former champion up at Unity and a champion here at Wiscasset. For a long time has been a small, relatively underfunded team, but has been impressive in his career here at Wiscasset, has picked up some much-needed sponsorship support. That 15 car has been really good on exit of turn 2 and turn 4, and that has made all the difference in this one. Another driver that has quietly picked his way through the field, just staying out of trouble, is the 00 of Nick Morton. Morton started this race back in 15th, and he has raced his way into 6th now. And he's got Jonathan Emerson right behind him. Will Collins in the 25 going after 3rd. Collins started this race back in 12th, and he is looking for a stake in the top 3 as he gets to the inside of Chad Dow. Good side-by-side battle for third place. But Chad Dow is actually finding that outside lane to his liking and is able to hold off Will Collins. Chad Dow giving Will Collins plenty of room. And again, maybe would have tried that outside lane a little earlier. That 39 car liking it out there. Got a little ways longer to go, but momentum is on his side. Still the fastest car on the track. Once again, that 15 of Frank Moulton, running 16.4 last time to Josh St. Clair 16.5. This guy only ran first practice on a set of used tires. Had to change the clutch in that thing, pulled the transmission and everything, so they were really working a lot during practice, but that 15 car is dialed in. Field strung out single file with that battle between Collins and Dow continues. And Frank Moulton once again closing in on some lap traffic. They're working the passing flag on David Getchell in the number 88. .81 laps complete. Will make it 82 this time by the line. Jonathan Emerson getting some competition from DC Alexander in the number 7. They'll go wheel to wheel. That's for position number 7 and 8. Frank Moulton will put Dave St. Clair a lap down. Believe we still have 17 cars on the lead lap. (17) out of 21 cars still on the lead lap here in the Coastal 200. Still watching that battle for third between Chad Dow and Will Collins. A little bit further back, got a 3-car battle now for position 6, 7, and 8. Chad Dow able to complete the pass on the 25, but he will stay right up there in the top lane. He has found some good success there. His lap time's leveling out now at about 16.7 seconds. Oh, Dow nearly got into David Getchell. Getchell checked up, and Chad almost ran into that number 88. Couple lap cars. St. Clair holding the low line. Getchell staying up high. So they have to carefully pick their way through that with 90 complete. 91 right here. Frank Moulton's got some clear racetrack to deal with up front there. Next car in line is Zach Harris in the 32. Harris, third straight year he's come up from Florida to race the 200. Ryan St. Clair pulling up alongside his grandfather. Ryan holding down 5th position. Nick Morton 6th. DC Alexander 7th. And Jonathan Emerson 8th. Ben Burgess is 9th. And Brett Osmond, who pitted several times in the early going of this one, he holds down 10th. That battle for third has resumed. Will Collins back to the inside of Chad Dow. Give that third spot now to the 25 of Will Collins as he finally completes the pass. They went at it for nearly 20 laps. And Collins able to pull away a little bit from the 39. One guy who is all of a sudden struggling is that 24 of Emerson. He had made up a lot of ground, but now he's starting to slip back a little bit now into the hands of Ben Burgess, running in 8th and 9th. I'm sure Emerson would like a nice mid-race caution, and we are kind of in that window now. If for some reason we have a caution, would not be surprised to see some drivers hitting pit road for fresh rubber.
And this time we're halfway. Lap 100 for Frank Moulton. $1,000 presented by HF Motorsports. Goes to the number 15. Josh St. Clair can't hold a candle to Frank Moulton so far. St. Clair's lap times are 16.8, and Will Collins has been turning 16.5. Got a spin back there. It looks like the 93 once again. Jerry Simons in that 93 on the backstretch. Just as we surpassed lap 100, giving that HF Motorsports $1,000 bonus to Frank Moulton.
Yeah, now let's see who goes perhaps for a pit stop. I'm pretty confident there's a couple guys in there that may need this. Whether it's going to be involving tires or not, we'll see. Scott Chubbuck letting him know that I believe next time around pit road will be open.
This could turn into a $16,000 race for Frank Moulton. $15,000 to win, and Frank just got that $1,000 halfway bonus, and I'm sure that he is happy that this caution came out after it, not at lap 98 or 99, because it could have totally messed up his tire change strategy, but we'll see what they got going on now that we're past halfway, if anybody's coming down pit road.
Yeah, I see some tires up on the wall. It does look like a couple teams ready to bring them in. No, faked them out. Here comes Emerson and Will Collins and Ben Burgess. 05 of Brett Osmond, Troy Patterson. A lot of cars from mid-pack back I kind of knew that Emerson might be coming, so a little surprising on Will Collins, but the way this race is run, they may not see another caution for a while, but we'll see. 5th caution of the race.
Yeah, it really looked like Frank Moulton was going to come down. I think he tried to fake everybody out. Quickly dove back up on the track. And Josh St. Clair stays out with him, but 3rd place, Will Collins drops out of the top 3. Chad Dow stayed out from 4th place. Now put him back in the top 3. Jonathan Emerson, first out of pit road. Ben Burgess follows. Brett Osmond, 3rd out of pit road. Will Collins is off. Ryan St. Clair in the 51, he's a bit of a lingerer. Staying right there in the top 5. Hasn't really surmounted a crazy challenge on the cars right in front of him, such as Chad Dow or Will Collins, but he is right there staying consistent. DC Alexander has been putting the pressure on him. They seem to be in the same class as far as speed-wise. Nick Morton as well. So Ryan St. Clair, DC Alexander, and Nick Morton, they're very closely matched cars there, duking it out just outside the top 5 area. You got that 14, Boss Hogg. He's a lap or 2 down. He's a few laps down in that yellow number 14, so that's a non-factor. But then Chase Burgess, he is still on the lead lap in the 13. Pit road is clear. Ben Nile and J.R. Robinson, the only 2 cars out of the race. 1 lap past halfway. Lights are out. We're going green this time. No new tires on the front row. Frank Moulton and Josh St. Clair. St. Clair gets the good restart. And they're 3 wide. Boss Hogg on the inside. DC Alexander, Nick Morton. Oh, we got a yellow. I think it might be because of that 3 wide situation. Somebody jumping the gun. Oh, there's debris on the front stretch. That's what they are calling the yellow for, but that was crazy. Not sure who started that 3 wide situation. Debris on the front stretch. No laps complete. Frank Moulton heads down pit road this time. Well, if that was a strategy, this is a very peculiar one to not join the rest of the front runners down pit road the last time and take this opportunity for a debris caution to come down by himself. I don't think that this was planned, ladies and gentlemen. This has to be
a last-minute decision. They're jacking up the left side, and certainly that's not what you want to be doing. If you're coming in for tires, it's going to be right side tires, so something's going on the left side. This year's Coastal 200 is brought to you by Coldbrook Trailers and Equipment of Bangor, an official retailer of Nitro Trailers, also an official partner of this race. Coldbrook Trailers and Equipment and Nitro Trailers, as well as this race is presented by GT Overhead Door and CLH & Son. Frank Moulton heads out of pit road. They're going to call off this restart to make sure that everybody's bunched up. They were trying to go that time, but called it off at the last minute. So lights are out this time, and we're definitely going green. 99 laps to go, and we've got a new front row, Josh St. Clair and Chad Dow, bringing them to green this time. Ryan St. Clair right up his brother's tail end in the 51. Brothers on the inside line. Chad Dow and DC Alexander on the top. Nick Morton in the mix in the 00. DC Alexander drops in behind Morton. Chad Dow still stuck out there on the top side. 5-car breakaway. Top 5. Putting some distance between them and the pack. A couple car lengths in between Boss Hogg and the 32 of Zach Harris. Zach Harris actually might be a lap down, so they're really holding up traffic. Boss Hogg and Zach Harris side by side. Nope, scratch that. Zach Harris is on the lead lap, folks, in the 32. Ryan St. Clair has gotten under Josh, and it's a dead heat for the top spot. Lap 105, and they are neck and neck down the backstretch. The St. Clair brothers. Nick Morton up into the top 3. Look at that. DC Alexander also gets by Chad Dow, and Chad Dow files in for 5th. Evidently not liking the outside right now as he did earlier. Maybe the car goes better in the second groove as the tire temps come up after the longer run, but right off the restart, it doesn't seem to be going so good in the high line while the tires are coming up to temp. Jonathan Emerson has picked his way through already. Folks, he took right side tires. And can you believe it? He has already made his way back into the top 5 quickly underneath Chad Dow and into 5th. Unbelievable. Jonathan Emerson made his way through so fast. Will Collins, not so likely. Will Collins still mired back there. Josh St. Clair holds off the charge from his brother Ryan and continues to lead it on lap 110 now. Ryan St. Clair in second, Nick Morton holding off DC Alexander in third. Jonathan Emerson right up tight on the back of the 7, biding his time. Jonathan Emerson makes up your top 5. Chad Dow for 6th. Ben Burgess 7th. Chase Burgess in 8th. Brett Osmond 9th. And Alex Waltz makes up your top 10. Oh, we got trouble. Turn 2. Boss Hogg gets stuffed down in the grass. Looked like Brent Roy might have shut the door, or maybe there wasn't any room in there at all, but Boss Hogg and Brent Roy were side by side through turn 2, and Boss Hog went spinning down in the grass. Green flag stays out. And Brent Roy is coming around, approaching Boss Hog once again. Let's see if there's any animosity in between those guys. Frank Moulton as well in that 15. He's not coming back through the traffic quite as well as Jonathan Emerson did. Something has definitely changed on the 15. Frank Moulton's falling behind that rear pack, that cluster of 4 cars with Troy Patterson, Will Collins, Brent Roy, and Ashton Burgess. They're all duking it out back there, and Frank Moulton can't even close the gap on him. Something has certainly gone awry on the 15. As I mentioned, that had to have been an unplanned pit stop to come in under that debris caution all by himself. 80 laps to go in the Coastal 200 as Josh St. Clair comes around the front stretch another time for lap 120. So many guys went in the pits 2 cautions ago, and their cars don't seem to be improving. Will Collins, Ashton Burgess, Frank Moulton, they have not made any progress deep in the field, and they're over half a track behind the leader, not gaining any ground on Josh St. Clair. Jonathan Emerson is making some headway, though. He got by DC Alexander on the top, now working on Nick Morton. And he's got a nose out at the line, put Jonathan Emerson up to 3rd in the 24. It's the St. Clair brothers 1 and 2. And then it's Jonathan Emerson in the 3rd position. "75 laps to go." Oh, we got trouble. Brent Roy and Boss Hog get together once again out of turn 2. Oh, and Troy Patterson in the wall. Brent Roy and Boss Hog come together? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that one was developing for a while. And Troy Patterson paid the price. You see the right front on that number 5, and his day is done.
Yeah, so a handful of laps ago, Boss Hog got pinched down into the grass out of turn 2 underneath Brent Roy. And you had to wonder if there was animosity in between them, and if Boss Hog was going to make something happen when Brent Roy reapproached. And it wasn't blatantly obvious, but something happened. It wasn't like huge contact or anything, but I don't know if it was scare tactics with Brent Roy. He kind of got loose by himself, and Troy Patterson went up to the top 3 wide to bypass him. And that's just unfortunate that that has to happen to a competitive car like that, with 2 backmarker cars like Boss Hog and Brent Roy.
Yeah, and we got some more wholesale pit stops. Josh St. Clair on pit road. Frank Moulton on pit road again. Nick Morton. That's going to shuffle Jonathan Emerson back up to the lead. Ryan St. Clair on pit road. So your front 3 cars. Chad Dow is back there, putting on some fresh right side tires. The back side of that window we told you about at the beginning of the race. Josh was able to drive away. Got to kind of tiptoe by. They made some adjustments on the inside pit road, repositioning the blocks a little bit to give the drivers a little more room in their pit stall so everyone can get around. Looks like a little bit of right front damage on Ryan St. Clair's number 51. Just a little bit of the front valence or something, just .75 laps to go in the Coastal 200. Again, a big thank you to Colebrook Trailer and Equipment and our other presenting sponsors, GT Overhead Door of Gray, CLH and Sons of Auburn, and Nitro Trailers. Nitro Trailers will be the presenting sponsor of the Boss Hog 150 come Labor Day weekend. And the other three will join in being the co-presenters, but it'll be headlined by Nitro Trailers. St. Clair back on track. Looks like everybody except Troy Patterson. They are desperately trying to get him back in the game, but Troy is actually out of the car now, so there goes David Getchell. So officially, 2 cars out of the race. We may have our third. I see Ben Nile down there in the infield. I think he's saying, hey, if I can get this thing running, I might be able to get another spot. But we're going back at it with 75 to go. We've got Jonathan Emerson and Ben Burgess on the restart. Now we'll see how those guys with fresh tires can fare from deep in the field with 75 to go. Emerson Burgess and young Chase Burgess. No relation to Ben, but Chase has got himself up in the top 5 now. Will Collins coming back up to the front. Collins into the top 3. Watching the progress of Ashton Burgess and Josh St. Clair. Josh just outside the top 5 and knocking on the door. Got some fast race cars in a lot of traffic right now. And at this point, Jonathan Emerson just wants to run away and see if he can build up the biggest lead possible. Jonathan Emerson, the 4th different leader here in the Coastal 200 today. And it looks like everybody has completed their pit stop. Closest battle right now is back there behind Chase Burgess in the 13. That's Ashton Burgess and Ryan St. Clair. But Ryan has got some fresh right side tires on that 51, and he easily drives around young Mr. Burgess. Not sure what's up with Frank Moulton. That car was a rocket in the first half of the race. And not sure if the spares just didn't match up right, but he is not making the forward progress that we thought he would after dominating this race so much in the early going. That lead has built up to a little over a second and a half now for Jonathan Emerson. Chad Dow picking his way around Ashton Burgess, put Chad Dow up into the 6th position. Josh St. Clair has closed up the gap now to Ben Burgess. Got a race developing for 2nd as the 24 continues to build his lead. Stabilized about 2.2 seconds. And St. Clair now jumping up to the top side. 140 complete, 60 to go. Frank Moulton now starting to make his move, but he is about a third of a track behind the leader, Emerson. Seeing if any other drivers are starting to work their way back up through with the fresher tires. Nick Morton able to get by the 13 of Chase Burgess, put Nick Morton up to 10th position now. It's Emerson, St. Clair, Burgess 1, 2, 3. Then you've got the 25 of Will Collins 4th. The 51 of Ryan St. Clair is 6th. 5th, that is. Oh, trouble on the backstretch for David Getchell in the 88. Getchell's able to keep it going. Dave St. Clair kind of let up in the 14. Around goes the 32 of Zach Harris to bring out our 7th caution of the race. Just a lot of minor spins here through the middle stanza of the race. Not a caution that Jonathan Emerson wanted to see, I can assure you of that. As we've got 55 laps to go in the Coastal 200. Again, perhaps the most puzzling part of this race, Nick, is the fact that Frank Moulton was so dominant in the first half of the race, and I don't know if the spares that he threw on the car for the second half of the race didn't match up well, but any forward progress is kind of nil to this point with Frank, so maybe he'll be able to regroup on this next caution.
Yeah, and it took no time for Jonathan Emerson to make his way back up to the front, but took a little bit longer for Will Collins, but he's found his way back up there into 4th. And Frankie's been a different story in the 15. Just not quite what we expected out of him after watching that first half of the race dominance. A slight bit of bumper tag had been going on with DC Alexander and Ashton Burgess I had seen. I was hoping that situation wasn't going to
Escalate. Those two are duking it out for 7th and 8th. Frank Moulton just behind them in 9th. Nick Morton makes up your top 10. We've got 55 laps to go. Only one that headed down pit road at that time was Brett Osmond. Aside from Dave Getchell, who spun right before that yellow. He actually almost brought out the yellow, spinning to the infield, and went down pit road under green flag conditions. And getting a little sideways there on the front stretch. Hang on to it, Dave. Boss Hogg pulls out of line. Everybody's scrambling, trying to figure out where to line up now. Boss Hogg just at the last minute pulls out. And the whole outside line moves up, but that's not really the way it's supposed to work. Looks like they're going to let it go. Lights are still out on the pace car, and we're going green. Jonathan Emerson, Josh St. Clair. And it's still the Emerson show in the 24. Clears St. Clair. St. Clair's not going to let him get too far out of sight. Try to keep that yellow 14 up tight, but they pull away from Ben Burgess. Ryan St. Clair in the 51. He's up tight on Ben Burgess. But they've got nothing for that top two right now. Keep an eye on the 25, Will Collins. Oh, Will Collins gets a little twitchy through 1 and 2. We've got a back of the pack skirmish going on, but nobody spins. It just slowed up a bunch of cars. We're still green. But that happened just as I was mentioning about Will Collins with a twitch, and he lost another car length on 3rd and 4th of Burgess and Ryan St. Clair, but Will Collins seems to be fine now. Side by side is Alex Waltz and Ashton Burgess, and it looked like Waltz ran him up a little bit. I don't know if Alex Waltz is a little displeased at some of the ways Ashton Burgess had been driving him. But Waltz takes that spot away in 9th. Frankie Moulton follows underneath for 10th. Finally, put that 15 back inside the top 10. Back up to 5th. DC Alexander is right up the 25's butt, and he's putting a fender to the inside. Will Collins lets him have the groove. Wise decision by Will Collins. He's going to lose 2 spots out of it. Go from 5th to 7th for the 25 as Chad Dow scoots on by as well. Looks like Will Collins starting to fade here past lap 150. Lap 153, that is. And so we've only got 46 laps to go as we're on lap 154. Lap 155 this time, and it's 45 laps to go. Josh St. Clair coming in strong once again. Oh, he's a little sideways up there in the second groove. He tried to get a good run up to the top of Jonathan Emerson that time through 1 and 2, but broke free. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it done out there. St. Clair is probably going to have to resort to putting the pressure on the bottom. See if Jonathan Emerson slips up, or is Josh going to have to muscle his way under there, because that 14's not handling very good on the top side. It snaps free. And Emerson is leaving half a groove open under there, just enough that I think Josh St. Clair could probably wedge his way in. Emerson's not right down on the curb. He's leaving it open like a half a groove. Ben Burgess has third all to himself, but we've got a size up between Ryan St. Clair and DC Alexander for fourth and fifth. Small contact was made that last time in turn 3. Both of them slid up the track a little bit. Now they're side by side for fourth place. DC Alexander in the 7 might take the spot away, and he's going to. St. Clair files in line right across the nose. Oh, we got contact down the front stretch. These guys are not playing nice. Ryan St. Clair gets into the back of DC Alexander. This is all happening right in front of Chad Dow, and he's going to want to stay on his toes and stay out of that mess if these guys come together again. DC Alexander and Ryan St. Clair are the ones to watch right now. They keep on slamming and crisscrossing and flip-flopping positions. Keep an eye on that fourth place fight as well as the lead. Josh St. Clair is trying the top side once again. Less than 40 laps to go. 38 to be exact. And Chad Dow is to the inside of Ryan St. Clair to crack the top 5. Josh St. Clair has not been able to make the outside work. He is trying to muscle his way underneath Jonathan Emerson this time. As I said, that 14 car is not set up for the second groove. He is going to have to try some desperate maneuvers to get to the inside of Emerson, because a pass on the top of the 24 is very unlikely right now. Chad Dow did take the spot away from Ryan St. Clair, put that 39 up into the top 5, as St. Clair in the 14 is right up tight on the back bumper of the 24. Look at him, folks, trying to wedge that nose inside of there as smooth and delicately as possible without being accused of being a rough rider. We've got damage on Chase Burgess limping down to pit road, and Ryan St. Clair may have been involved in it. He stops but gets back going. Looks like we missed that one, folks. Somehow Ryan St. Clair was involved, and Chase Burgess heads down pit road with big damage to the right front fender.
Yeah, so Chase is going to be our 4th driver out of the race. Ryan able to continue, able to kind of test it out under speed, and this is probably a caution that Jonathan Emerson perhaps did want to see, as a chance to cool down the tires on that number 24. Josh with slightly fresher right side tires, and you could see that coming to light, as looked like the 24 was loose on exit, and Josh could have forced the issue, but both of those guys, good clean racers, and Josh believing he'll have the opportunity to go after the lead here in the closing laps. 34 laps to go in the Coastal 200. And young Ben Burgess following his dad's advice and staying out of trouble. He's been right there in the top 10 pretty much the whole race, and has settled nicely into a 3rd place position. Thank you to the cleanup crew presented by Pro Body Works out on Route 1 in Wiscasset. They are back under the hood of the 05 of Brett Osmond. Ryan St. Clair driving away. Frank Moulton, again, that 15 cars led the most laps in this race, dominated the first half of the contest. They were checking under the rear end of that number 15. The trouble is we still have, let me see, we have 13 cars still on the lead lap. Brett Osmond is the last lead lap car. Emerson and St. Clair ready to get back at it with 166 complete. Pace car will turn in and will go to the attention of starter Dave Sturgis. It may not quite be go time yet, but we are getting close. Nick Morton almost made it 3 wide, but wisely backed out. Josh St. Clair strong on the outside of Jonathan Emerson. Not quite clear yet. The 93 through the dirt. Josh St. Clair desperately trying to get down to the low side. Emerson still got a fender underneath. He's not going to let him run away yet. Put the 14 of Josh St. Clair into the lead for the second time today. Emerson right under the back end and wants to retake that spot. The guy who may benefit out of this one is Ben Burgess in the 7. Here he comes up on the outside while the leaders continue to play. St. Clair, Emerson, Burgess 1, 2, 3. DC Alexander's been in this one and in the middle of the action all day long. He's back in the top 5. Nick Morton holds down the 5th position, just ahead of Chad Dow. And a side-by-side race behind him between Will Collins and Alex Waltz. Clear sailing ahead for the number 14. I don't know, maybe Josh heard me say that there's a good chance we'll have a first-time Coastal 200 winner because he's a chance of being a 3-time Coastal 200 champion. He's looking to join Ben Ashline and Scott Chubbuck as 3-time Coastal 200 winners. Inside the final 25. We'll make it 177 complete here. DC Alexander able to grab third away from Ben Burgess. Burgess doesn't appear to be happy about that. Somebody sounds like they're breaking down there about mid-pack. I don't know if that's Ashton Burgess or Frank Moulton. It may be Burgess in the 34. Somebody sounded like they've either dropping a cylinder or got a ignition problem, but .20 laps to go. St. Clair not running away with this one. Yeah, pretty sure that's Ashton Burgess in the 34 with the sour motor. There goes Brett Osmond. He taps out and is going to call it a day. DC Alexander was running third. The car shut down on him in turn number 1. Another twist in the action is your third place car, DC Alexander. The car just shut down, and he might be a problem he had back on opening day, not sure. It looks like it wants to go, but finally comes to a stop over there in turn 2.
Well, a quick maneuver by the 7 of Ben Burgess. He was right up tight on the back of DC Alexander, and he had to make a quick jab to the right to go around him without getting into the rear bumper, as DC Alexander almost came to a standstill right in front of him. I saw that by Ben Burgess do that quick right turn and was wondering what the heck was going on, because initially it didn't look like DC Alexander slowed up. It just looked like there was a twitch by Ben Burgess, but then clearly you could see DC Alexander did a good job of keeping it way down to the very bottom as far as he could and out of everybody's way. And you got to wonder if he could be out of fuel, if maybe he doesn't have big enough of a fuel cell for a 200-lap race. Just wondering if he may have ran out of gas, as we're only 18 laps shy of the end. And we've had a lot of caution laps, haven't we, Ken? What are we up to, like eight yellows now?
Yeah, actually 9. Nothing major that's caused these guys to stay under caution pace for a long duration, but elapsed time on the race, we're at 1 hour and 25 minutes.
Yeah, what do you think about the St. Clair versus Emerson? I don't think Emerson liked how quickly Josh St. Clair cleared himself. Is that what you gathered there?
Yeah.
It was very close quarters.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, Jonathan's not the kind of guy that's going to outright wreck Josh, but he's also going to make sure Josh knows maybe that was cutting it a little bit close.
So unfortunately, Jonathan Emerson's going to have to restart on the outside. Josh St. Clair made some slow and steady work to take the lead from the outside, but I can't imagine that's his most favorable position, so Josh St. Clair has got to be some happy to have the inside for this restart with 18 laps to go.
Yeah, you got a couple guys kind of in a good position, too, just in case anything happens. You got Ben Burgess, who's done a good job staying out of trouble all day. Nick Morton has quietly kept himself in the contention all day.
And Ben Burgess, he's in that very car that his dad piloted to 2 Coastal top 3s just by the same thing. I mean, he wasn't fighting for the lead at any times of the race, but just kept the car clean, and he was there at the end. I think those were his dad, Chris Burgess's, only late model podiums, right? Except for maybe there was like a last chance or a last dash race, non-winners race, but that one doesn't really count. So Chris Burgess never podiumed in a regular Saturday night race, but 2 in the Coastal 200 with that very car in the 7. 18 laps to go. We're green, and Emerson has a slight advantage into the first corner. Down the backstretch, a fender up on the 24. They're pulling away from Ben Burgess, as Ben Burgess also pulls away from Nick Morton. Sparks fly from underneath the 24. He's got that thing sealed low and dragging going into corner 1. Not giving up yet, but he's got plenty of room behind St. Clair, so he might have to resort to settling in down to the inside. Ben Burgess all quite comfortable in the 3rd spot. Chad Dow has gotten by Nick Morton for 4th. Morton now back to 5th. Side by side for Will Collins versus Alex Waltz for 6th and 7th. 15 laps left. St. Clair in command by a car length. Jonathan Emerson might not have anything for the Dave's World number 14. St. Clair now dropping the hammer in the closing laps. extending to over 2 car lengths on Jonathan Emerson. And Will Collins has disposed of the challenge from Alex Waltz. Waltz still stuck in the outside groove, and Frank Moulton's going to capitalize. Will Collins in 6th. Frank Moulton trying to snatch 7th away from Alex Waltz, and he's going to do it. Waltz now back to 8th. Ryan St. Clair is 9th. Oh, we got contact out of 4. Ryan St. Clair gets into the back end of Alex Waltz. Just as Alex Waltz was trying to thread the needle and get down, Ryan St. Clair gets into the back of him, and Waltz turns out of corner 4 with 11 laps to go in the Coastal 200.
Yeah, Ryan has really been fighting the handle on that number 51. He's come onto the front stretch sideways a few times. And that car has definitely been a handful here in the second half of the race. Alex Waltz, he's spun a couple of times. $11 laps to go in the 2026 Coastal 200. We'll have all the official results of this race and this afternoon's race program coming up on our website, WiscassetSpeedway.com. Of course, they all got to survive the Room of Doom and post-race inspection. And we had set this up back in the beginning of the race that Josh St. Clair was the only driver in this race that had already won the Coastal 200. He won it back in 2014. He won it again in 2021. And he's trying to join Ben Ashline and Scott Chubbuck as the only 3-time winners of the Coastal 200. Anybody else grabs the checkers, and it's a first-time winner. Pace car is in. Here we go. Green flag is out. St. Clair and Emerson renew their battle, but don't count out Ben Burgess. Those two guys tangle. Burgess might be able to sneak in and grab one. 10 laps to go. Chad Dow sideways in the number 39 out of turn 2. That brings Frank Moulton into the picture. Moulton trying to get back in the top 5. It's Josh St. Clair, Jonathan Emerson, Ben Burgess, 1, 2, 3. Then Nick Morton in 4th. Frank Moulton finally back up in the top 5 in the number 15. And by the way, if you're keeping track of Dave St. Clair, he's still cranking. He's out there 7 laps down, but he is running in 14th position, ironically. We will hit 5 laps to go next time by the stripe for Josh St. Clair. 7-time track champion. Won those 7 titles in a short 3-year span over multiple divisions. A couple of them were late model sportsman titles. Only driver in this track's history to win 3 championships in 1 season. And is this another day where Jonathan Emerson gets oh so close, but just falls short of his first career late model win? He was a runner-up in this division last year. He's been runner-up on the track several times. Just has not been able to seal the deal. We are 2 laps away from crowning our Coastal 200 champion. Emerson up on the wheel and trying one more shot to get at Josh St. Clair. White Laundry is in the air. One more lap to go. Final time down through turn 3 and 4. Checkers are ready. Josh St. Clair will win the Coastal 200. Dave St. Clair there to congratulate his grandson on the win, and as I mentioned in the closing laps, he ended up 7 laps down, but ironically Dave St. Clair finishes 14th in the Coastal 200. All right, they will conduct their durometer test there at the backstretch wall, and we will have our drivers come over to Victory Lane Road. As everyone packs up the gear and heads back to the pits. Elapsed time on the race, 1 hour and 34 minutes to run the Coastal 200. Want to remind you folks that we're back in action next Saturday. We have our first evening race of the season with a 5 o'clock start time. That'll be 5 o'clock for the rest of the summer till Labor Day weekend. All the details will be on the website, WiscassetSpeedway.com. It'll be mainly karting night with our friends from LST Motorsports Park in Richmond. As Josh St. Clair now joins Ben Ashline and Scott Chubbuck as 3-time winners of the Coastal 200. And Ben Burgess, the rookie, following in his dad's footsteps, staying out of trouble. You got to be there at the end. Brings it home with a 3rd place finish, and I don't know, it's great or awful for the Emerson crew as he has come so close several times to getting his first late model win. The crew down there to meet their driver. Nick Huff setting up things in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane. We want to thank our Spotlight feature Pepsi and the official soft drink of Wiscasset Speedway. And let's send things trackside with Nick Huff.
And there he is, folks, 3-time Coastal 200 champion. Only 3 drivers in history have been able to do it. Josh, you joined Scott Chubbuck and Ben Ashline as a 3-time champ. And man, Jonathan Emerson kept you on your toes the entire way. This certainly was not a walk-away win. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I won 2 before this one, and it come down to late race restarts and chaos in front of me at the end there, and I was the 3rd best car most every time. So this one, I can't believe it, honestly. I've had such bad luck in these races my grandfather created. So to drive around everybody, to get to the front the right way without having everyone else break in front of me is huge. But it goes with these guys here. They help me. They show up. We put a lot of time in. I got some great sponsors. Derek Larrabee, Dave's World, Chef Richards, I'm sure is here somewhere. I know he's excited. I hope he bet big on me today. Sandy, the guys over there, they've come on board this year with a big help. Matt, my buddy here, he's been racing with me since I raced a Ford Probe in 2004. And we've been doing it ever since. And he's got a big logo on the hood there, main painter. DNC Electric, a bunch of people. This place is awesome. I sold ice cream in them stands, and now to come out here and do this stuff in front of them is pretty special to me. So. And again, I forgot Kyle Busch. I've been a Kyle Busch fan my whole life. A lot of people hated him, and I loved it because they did. And it's terrible to think that he's my age, and that's just what him and his family are going through. So that's a scary reality. But so thoughts to them guys, and again the firefighters and the people in Sears-Mont that I know a lot of them pretty well, and it's just tragedy all over these days. But. And thanks for everyone for coming out. I mean, I don't want to end on a somber note. This is a great day, so thank you.
Josh St. Clair, ladies and gentlemen, 3-time Coastal 200 champion. $15,000 richer payday for this one. And we'll go to runner-up finisher, Jonathan Emerson. Jonathan, with about 30-40 to go, it looked like Josh kind of cleared himself, came across the nose a little bit closer than you anticipated, and kind of let him know getting into the bumper, just ever so slightly on a couple occasions. Just tell us about those circumstances.
Yeah, it's just hard racing, really. I knew he was going to try to cut me a little short, and I was trying to make an opening, and we were fighting the same problem, just a little too loose, but man, it sucks. Finishing second all the time it gets tiring. But we really probably just had the second best car today. So Josh beat us straight up, and it was a really good showing. I mean, finishing second in the Coastal is still pretty impressive. Thanks to all these people out here. They all pitted for me or helped me in some sort of way. Art, Keith, Dad, Ron, Kyle, just everyone. It takes a group effort to make these things go around, and thank you, Arky Yardworks, Portland Glass, Emerson Pilot Cars, Up Prawn Stables, Highland Green, Tick Patrol, Triple K Excavation, just Emerson's Garage. Really is a group effort to get these things where they are.
Hey, how about going back to the halfway pit stop for 2 tires? You blistered through the field faster than anybody. I mean, how did you do that?
Yeah,
we weren't planning on that strategy, but I pitted right off the bat because we blew a plug out of the head. So we were on 7 cylinders for a little while, and we had to pit a second time to get the plug back in and try to get the wire on. There's no boot on it, and somehow it's still connected. But we had 8 then, and so it changed our strategy a little bit, but I think we had a good strategy. Just Josh was better today.
All right, nice run. Jonathan Emerson, second in the Coastal 200. And Ben Burgess. Third time that this car has been on the podium for the Coastal 200. Your dad piloted it the first 2 times, and this is certainly a great, long endurance running chassis, isn't it?
Show up to the racetrack with a 150% prepared distance car, and this is where you'll be.
What'd you think about that race, running with those 2 top dogs? I mean, they kind of put a car length or 2 right off the bat in between you. Did you think on all those restarts you'd have something for them, or were you just praying to hold on to third?
I was happy with a 5th in the first 50 laps. I mean, it was way out of control. We put some new tires on, and I didn't start going until 170, like I told you earlier, and worked out.
All right, nice run, Ben. Keeping the car clean. There's hardly a mark on it. Awesome job. Who do you got to thank on the 7B?
My dad. Bob helps us a ton. My grandfather, my cousin Cole, comes every week and helps us. Justin came and helped today. Ricky, Spencer Group, and Jack. And I think that's it.
All right, that's Ben Burgess, folks, getting in the top 3 for the Coastal 200 2026 installment. Well, that is going to do it, folks, for this year's Coastal 200. And Josh St. Clair joins 2 others as a 3-time winner of the prestigious event. One more round of applause for this top 3 in the Coastal 200. What a show. Thank you, fans, for sticking it out to the very end. We love you all. And I think Ken Minot loves you all as well. Don't you, Ken?
Oh, I sure do. You know that by now. And thank you, Nick. Thank you to the whole crew, all the great folks on Team Wiscasset for putting on this show, all the great folks behind the scenes. It takes a lot of people to put on this show each and every week, and especially a big event like the Coastal 200. So if you see someone with a Team Wiscasset shirt on, be sure to thank them on the way out, okay? I do want to say one more time on behalf of Richard and Vanessa Jordan and the entire staff, thank you fans for coming, adjusting your schedules, and helping us celebrate Memorial Day weekend in style here with the Coastal 200. We hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Please travel safely and be nice. Good night.